Oh look, it's Ramses and Miang again. We're back. This, I think, is like the easiest fight against them. No major glitches one-shots this boss fight. Just for context. There we go. No major glitches has to use air rods to do it, but no major glitches can will air rods him down. We can just Billy shoot him once, and then he leaves. Anyway, we have now finished all of the Act 4 that is in the any percent run. The entire rest of the act is skipped in any percent after that boss fight. So which means I am not as well practiced on all the movement tricks and stuff for the rest of the next several hours, next few hours, I would say. Then again, we're having an easier time with this climb because any percent has to do it with Satan, and we have Billy instead. And I still remember roughly like how to get through the dungeons. Oh, encounters. Excuse you, the lock was open. I saw the text box that said the lock was opened, and then I got an encounter and the lock was closed. Are you for real, game? I am not happy. Let's try this again. Maybe it wasn't really opened, even though the game said it was opened. There we go. May I please actually do the platforming? No! The platforming is super frustrating in this dungeon. I hate it so much. Some of us signed up to play an RPG, not a platformer. Like, I love this game, but some parts of it, oh my god. Okay. The door is still open. That's a good sign. I couldn't get through it before this encounter because the encounter means that I can't jump. I don't know what they were thinking. Oh, we haven't even gotten to the worst of the platforming yet. That's fine, whatever. That platforming is very much whatever. Because if you fall down there, it just takes you to an alternate path that you can still make progress on. And links up with this path just a little bit further down. And there's blocks, like, treasures down there too, so there's reason to drop down casually. But it's faster speedrun to take the top route and not drop down. But yeah, I don't know what they were thinking with some of the platforming that they make us do. Platforming when you have a system where every time you get an encounter, you can't jump right before it is just cruel. Not to mention the annoying like some of the platforming is just annoying. Okay, this room is fine. Ignore the ring and hop on the other parts and we're fine. Now for the really garbage room. This room. Okay, let's see if I can do this properly. I don't think I'm low enough. Nope, not low enough. Come on. There we go. That clip saves quite a bit of annoyance in this room. That skipped like half of this platforming section. We still have to deal with the other half, but you know. We just skipped a good portion of the platforming. Not quite a half, maybe a third of the platforming section we just skipped. But we did skip a couple of forced encounters by doing that. We head up here. This is a forced encounter, I believe. I'm gonna double check it, but I'm pretty sure this is forced. Everything in here dies to triangle attacks from Faye, or square attacks from Billy, so not like anything in here is scary. Just annoying. I'm choosing to take... You could jump around this encounter. I'm choosing to take it because the jump is dumb and failing the jump is very costly. Like, I get an encounter if I fail the jump. So I'm just gonna do the encounter and give myself a nicer jump that I will not fail. I'm gonna eat this encounter instead. Failing the jump gives me a different encounter, and then I still have to try and make the jump. Okay. This is a forced encounter that we just have to take. I mean, these encounters are fine. Like, I don't mind them. They're not a problem. But yeah, if it weren't for all the platforming woes of this dungeon would actually be really good. Like, if I didn't have to deal with bad platforming. Okay, I think this will take us to the next screen. There's 2 screens of this platforming, and if you fall down from the top one, you go all the way down to the bottom one. So if I fall on this screen of platforming, I go back to the previous one. Which is just rude. I'm a little stressed too. I would like to be done with this platforming. Like, it's not, like, reload a save worthy if I fail a platforming section. Like, it's nowhere near that bad. Because I just climb back up, but it's annoying. It's far from run ending. All these encounters are scripted, and so once you do them once, you never have to do them again. So the way back up would be a lot faster because I wouldn't have to do all these encounters over again. They're just done. But then I have to worry about elevator cycles, because the elevators that I've been taking are just active and just moving once I fight the encounter on them. And I would rather not have to deal with elevator cycles. I don't want to have to think any harder than I need to about platforming. But I think all we have to do is cross over to the left one more time, and then we're done. Or over to the right one more time, sorry. Nope, that was a bad jump. Oh, I hate that jump. It's just a leap of faith onto that elevator. You just have to know where it is. And it's just in the middle of that, like, in between those 2 vertical lines is where that elevator is. And that's not clear that that's where it's going to be. Okay. But we've activated the elevator, which means we should have, like, 1 more encounter before the end of this. And this is the last room of the dungeon. There's no more platforming after this section. We're just done. Okay. Jump, jump. You could technically dodge around this counter trigger. I'm just gonna eat this encounter rather than risk redoing this entire room. I hate the platforming room so much, but it's done. That should be the last encounter I have to fight in here. Okay. There we go. Looks like we can climb up. Yes, climb. And we are done with that platforming room. We can all breathe a sigh of relief. Anyway, time to fight Xenogears, which is Marie's gear. Boom. That was a boss fight. Yeah, you can tell we're at the beginning of the act because the bosses are very easy. Okay. Babel Tower is done. We've made it to Shavat. An actual new town, finally. Been a while since we had one of those. Oh good, it's the worst Discord server. They're back. Again. Oh yeah, this little girl in Shavat is related to Old Man Bal, who we met forever ago under in the stalactite cavern. That's neat. Okay, we're going this way first because we got a cutscene over here. Come on. Let me talk to Maria, because Maria's gonna give me a cutscene. I love Maria's theme. Well, this song, I should say. I mean, the fast-paced version of it is amazing, sure, but this version doesn't play as much, and I love this version. It plays one time in the entire any percent category, and it's so disappointing because it's way into disc 2. Hi, Maria. Yes, I would like to go up. All the way up to the surface of Shavat. I'm gonna go into the town first. Anyway, this is the cutscene. Bye. We just have to enter this room. We don't have to do anything in there. Just have to go in. Just have to go inside. There's only a few cutscenes in Shavat, really, that count. There's a whole lot more Shavat that we don't explore in cutscene percent because, it's just like there's nothing there. I mean, there's stuff there, but it's just people to talk to, and they don't activate any they don't count as cutscenes. This scene is required for the story. The choo-choo room is not required, but we go in there just because. Okay. Now we go to the palace. Nope. I have one other thing I need to do first, Maria. Room? No. It was really not specific enough. It might be all the way down the stairs. Yeah, all the way down the stairs. Yes. It's Yui! Also, Midori's back here. He doesn't count as a cutscene. Okay. Now we go and talk to Zephyr. Oh, Zephyr. And we leave. And then we're gonna go off to the side because we need to go upstairs. Talk to Maria. Maria's up at the top now. Yep. Yes, we get more of this song. Maria is not having a good day. So we're gonna leave. Also, yeah, Wiseman's here, whatever. Anyway. We can return to Zephyr now. Okay. Hi, Maria. We'll go help. Oh, please, we're still in the mid-game. We leave Billy behind. I don't want to buy anything from you. I need to equip. Power magics. Yes. Ether doubler, speedering S, speedering S. These ether drives are for Maria. Oh, you'll get to see it, it is. It is certainly not... It is certainly not as polished as Disc 1. Okay. We are ready to go. We have buffed Maria's ether ridiculously so that she now has good ether. She can contribute to the team. Just like Ellie and Billy. I'm gonna go down here. We're heading into our next dungeon. This is the Shavat maintenance shaft, which is, you know, fine. Not too bad to navigate through. Yep. Let's go. I love the spiral staircases. Where am I going after this? Okay. West path. The elevator. Hi, gimmicks. And down we go again. The spiral staircases are very fun. Oh, this hallway, but turn north at the west end. Yep. I love these spiral staircases so much. How do I get back out from here? Oh, there's a ladder over there, right. Like, I don't remember. I haven't fallen down here in forever. Bad. I do not like it when you get turns. These guys are worse when they're by themselves, though, so... I'd rather have one of them attack, two of them attacking me than one by itself, because one by itself, they get really angry when they're alone. Okay. Made it onto that one. Made it onto this one. Yes, let's keep going down. Alright, we've seen all three enemies that can spawn here now. That is all three formations that can spawn here. Whee! I love staircases. They're so much fun. Spiral staircases are the best. Mm-hmm. I love these. These spiral staircases are so much fun. Because I can just hold a direction and hold the spin the camera button and run, and it works. It just works. So everything in here has a gimmick. The blue guys in here, if you kill one of them, the other one super buffs itself. The gimmicks, which are like the more coppery ones, are take 1 damage from everything, but they only have 6 hit points, so you want to use your weak attacks on them. And those guys, the Forbiddens, do damage equal to their... do damage equal to their max HP minus their current HP. So they have 500 hit points maximum, and however much damage you deal to them, they'll do back to you on their turn. You do not want to leave them at low HP. Anyway, that was that dungeon. That's it's done. That was it. Yep, Jesse is here to make sure that we don't get the cursed knowledge. Jesse's here to protect the kids in the party from the cursed knowledge about their family members. Or about their wives. Anyway, everyone's here now. Even Choo Choo. Sorry, Pickle. Spelled question mark. No, you're not, Choo-Choo. You're not helping. Okay. Yep, we gotta defend the 4 generators. We can do that. We're going to send Ellie to Generator 1, Faye to 2, Billy to 3, and Satan to 4. Surprise, surprise, I'm leaving out Bart and Rico. Yes, they're good. Yes, we're ready to go. I don't need to help. We're going to do Generator 1. No, we don't need to check our equipment. These guys all get a turn before Ellie, which is why we needed to upgrade her frame. If we didn't have to do this fight, we would not have to upgrade Ellie's frame. But this fight, they do enough damage to wipe her out. If you don't upgrade her frame. We're just going to throw air rods at them. This will destroy everyone here. Boom. That was 8 enemies just wiped out in one fight. Great. Okay, Ellie's job is done. Let's do number 2. Faye, your job is just to spam triangle. These guys are pretty fast and pretty dodgy, so we gotta stick with light attacks. But they will go down to 1 triangle from Faye. So That's that one. Easy. Generator 4, we need some strategy. We need to have a little bit of strategy. We're going to go to 4 next. We don't need to check our equipment as usual. The tan, let's take on your battle, and then we'll do Billy's last. Tan does not have the advantage of speed. However, he has the advantage of armor. We're going to activate Booster so that he has speed. Take 1 turn to just set up his speed. Now we want to eliminate the White Knights. This one did not have its second turn, so we're going to wipe it out first. Avalanche Drill will lower defense. That's not a huge deal. Now Triangle Hue. Take out the other White Knight so that it can't be a problem. And then use a big heavy attack on the big guy. Except he blocked it. Don't block it. There you go. I'm like, if you don't block it, you die. Because it does 9,000 damage. And that's the tan done. Okay, all we have left is Generator 3 with Billy. This is going to be just really easy, so we don't need to worry and think about it. Okay, Billy. Do your thing. I don't even care what I'm attacking, we're just square attacks. Everything we hit goes away. Oh no. You missed. I do not need a death blow here. Goodbye. And we're done. The gate generators have been defended. All four of them are safe, which means we can keep going. Yeah, you gotta have 4 gears that are decently well set up. Fortunately, we have exactly 4 party members that we care about, that we can do that with. And it can't be Chucho or Maria, because they have their own roles to play. But we can sit Bart and Rico on the sidelines and we're fine. Oh, cutscenes. So many cutscenes. Oh yes, this. The anti-gear Psycho Jammer prevents us from using our gears. But we have one gear-sized thing that is not a gear that we haven't had access to until this point. And we will only use for this fight and never again. Yes, it is. Anyway, this fight, we're just spamming X, so I'm just auto-battling it. I don't have to do anything. It's wonderful. But Choo Choo is very slow. And that is one of her big disadvantages. Oh yeah, this song is wonderful. I like the slower version of it a lot, but this one's great. It's a really amazing song. For sure. It feels kind of silly that it's the first time they use it, it's for Choo Choo. Because then it becomes a really good song later on and gets used a lot. But the first time we get to hear it, it's for Choo Choo. Anyway, time to have it happen again, and this is the first real time. We had it for Choo Choo, but now it's for real. Like this cinematic animation of her running to her robot during this intro. She did, and that is the only time she will have any use in the entire run. Maria, on the other hand, is actually useful. Anyway, time to use missile pods. Quad 9s. Missile pods, as it turns out, are very good. Especially since we gave her a lot of ether and a lot of ether boosting stuff. And because we are doing this part of the plot, we're gonna get Graviton Cannon, which is an attack that we never get to unlock in any percent. And it makes one fight in Disc 2 like 30 seconds slower. Is it worth sitting through this whole sequence to get Graviton Cannon to speed up that one fight? Absolutely not. But is it kind of nice to have Graviton Cannon for that fight? Yes, it is. I don't understand how that did more damage than Missile Pods. Missile Pods was hitting the damage cap. Like, why did we need something more powerful? Okay. Yes, cutscene magic, sure. Well, we did it. We finished this sequence, which means we can leave Shavat. And then we got one more sequence left in this act, and then we're done with Act 4 of Disc 1, which is pretty big. We're starting to get close to the end of Disc 1. And by close, I mean we're within the last 3 hours. Oh yes, this is the part where we unlock level 7 death blows. If you're thinking to yourself, what's a death blow, because you haven't seen one yet, you're correct. Death blows are super nice casually, but we don't care about them in the speedrun at all because they take way too long to grind up. So they're just completely inviolable for speedrun purposes, other than the death blows we start with. Oh no. Yep, that's a thing. We're not going to talk about it. We're just going to leave. Because we're done in Shavat. It is officially time for us to leave Shavat. Hooray. Yes. Exactly. It is never mentioned again. There's not going to be any follow-up to that. But yeah. Anyway, the Yggdrasil's here. Let's see if I remember how to fly the Yggdrasil. Because it's, not guaranteed. I do remember how to fly the Yggdrasil. Perfect. Okay, we need to do that. Take that off. I'm gonna heal Maria up. Alright, I need to turn turbo off here. Anyway, we're returning to Nissan. Because this is what the game wants us to do. We're going to stick with our party that we have right now, Faye, Ellie, and Maria, for the sequence. No reason to change. Ellie and Maria are perfectly good characters to have along for the ride. Like, Maria is good enough that she's worth buffing up with the ether drives, because the ether drives are so relatively, like, cheap. So, we may as well make good use of Maria here. Okay. Once we get through the second Shakan, once we get through this sequence and into Act 5 of Disc 2, I can say with confidence that we're in the last 6 hours of the run. But that's not where we are right now. Anyway, boom. Light you all on fire, Thermo Dragon. Is awesome. We need to encounter all of these guards. and wipe them out with Thermo Dragon. I'm a little nervous about the encounter on the stairs. I don't love the encounter on the stairs. There, okay, that group is gone. There's one more group. I think it's 4 groups of guards, which is not a big deal. Like, it's not going to be an issue. Okay, good. We got an encounter. That's what I wanted to happen. Okay. Boom. That's the 4th group wiped out. I think that's all the groups. I think that's all 4 groups. That's all the guards. Don't think there's a 5th group of guards. I mean, level up's cool. We're getting random other stats that are not relevant. Nope. There's more. That's fine. As long as it's not broken, I can take more guards. More guards is not a problem. This group is gone. And now we're done. Okay, 5 groups of guards. Okay. And we get a little bit of narration here, which is interesting that they're starting to do that already. It's not so bad here. I don't mind that little bit. Okay. Come on, game. Let's get into this last dungeon of this arc. Or this act. Uh, Art, I'm gonna assume you mean your irises and not your pupils, because if you have topaz blue pupils, I don't know how you're seeing. Yeah, come on, Bart, let's go. We're gonna take Ellie along. Because Ellie should come with us to the mausoleum. Oh. Oh. We do not need to get prepped. We can just go. Don't mind Margie walking, wanting to walk. I'm trying to move during the cutscene, and that makes Margie try to move. We're gonna sprint. I guess it is useful to have Bart have Bart's strength for this section as well. I powered him up for the Ramses fights, but he is going to be a little bit useful here. Let's let Margie do this. Oh yeah. I have a little moment of panic too, but it's just finicky. It's okay. Just back up and try again, and it'll figure it out. That's just Xenogears. We're doing okay. And I'm actually feeling not terrible on time. Because after this dungeon will be about 6 hours out from the end. Maybe a little more than 6 hours out from the end. And this dungeon should maybe take half an hour. We're looking at like an underestimate, which is good. Okay, Bart, you're gonna attack him. Yeah. Art is strong enough to wipe out an enemy. Guided shot, wipe that thing out, wipe you out. Thermo Dragon hits only one row, which is why I did that and targeted the back row. Ellie can wipe out the entire front row. Okay, we did it. We won that fight. Hooray. We saved the townsfolk. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'd say we're probably in the 7.5 to 8 hours left in the run range. Maybe a little bit more than 8 hours left. But I should be underestimate. Sure. Unless something goes terribly wrong or something is taking way longer than I think it does, which is entirely possible. There are quite a lot of cutscenes that we're going through here. I'll have a better sense of it once we get back in line with the any percent route. Because right now we're doing a section that any percent skips. Because I know once we get to the second gate, we're 6 hours away from the end of any percent. There are going to be some extra cutscenes in Disc 2 that might add a bit. Let's say 6.5. Are we half hour away from that? We might be more like an hour away. Maybe 40 minutes away from that? I don't know. But I think we're looking at something in the 19.5, something in the 20-hour range for total, I want to say. 20-hour range feels very reasonable. But we do have to get through this whole sequence first. This whole like dungeon and then the trip over to do a boss fight against Chakan, and then there's several cutscenes after that we have to get through before we are at that point. So we've got a decent amount of stuff to do. Before we're done with the act. Let's keep moving. Yes, up. We're gonna get in the elevator and take the elevator. No. Don't go backwards through the door. We gotta go in here for a scene. This is a bonus cutscene that we gotta knock out. Not very long, but... The elevator up. No. Let's do this, Bart and Margie. Okay. Making good progress through here. Yes, yes. We're gonna talk about this. Walk forward a bit, activate this gene. And now the lights are on. That easy. I do like the use of this music as we're making our way back to the control room. Oh yeah. Well, see, I think she's actually wearing roller skates. So she glides along behind everyone. Maybe Heelys. Something. Well, we did a thing. We did a thing. Yeah, we did a thing. Oh, we made a mistake. Let's go run towards the place we need to go. We do have encounters here. These are runnable encounters. Surprise. It is possible to run from these. Yes, go up, please. Okay, we're in this hallway now. Good. For safety, or if it gets to Ellie's turn, I Thermo Dragon, just to make absolutely certain we're out of the fight. And I'm not taking a bunch of damage. Because these fights can hurt. I'm not looking to kill them necessarily, but if it's Ellie's turn and we haven't run away, I'll go ahead and wipe the fight out just to make sure that we get out of there. Okay. Through this door. And this one is a forced fight. We can't run from this one. Once again, we have the row issue. Art is strong enough to wipe out one of the things in the back row. One of the guys in the back row. Faye can guided shot the other one to get rid of it. And then Ellie can Thermo Dragon. And the fight is done. Oh good, we have friends. We're not gonna have time to talk about how Sigurd's eye worked there. We just gotta go. I forgot how long this was. This sequence is so long. Yes, we gotta learn about our first Omnigear. Too bad it's not going to get used. Goodbye. And goodbye. Oh yeah, the the rod flying around is ridiculous. I love it. Okay. We finally had a fight. It was easy. Okay. Great, we got Andvari. Aw, dang it. Margie's not allowed to do arts and crafts anymore. I know how excited she was about making miniature gear out of paper mache. But Bart said no activities for her. So sad. Probably around hour 19? Yeah, hour 19. Does that mean 18 hours and change or 19 hours and change? You decide. I don't know. Probably 19 hours and change, actually, thinking about it. Billy, we need you. We need to take Billy with us for this fight. Billy's the most useful here. Okay. Yes. Well, no, I believe the idea is that Satan steals one from Solaris after we go there. Like, during that whole sequence, he steals one somehow. Or gets his hands on one at that point. But also, Heimdall was better because I've given it a Mega 100 engine, so it's really good. Oh yeah. Oh, he's already an asshole for so many other things. Like, he's done so many other things. He doesn't need this on top of that. Okay, we gotta keep going. Bart is only here because he has to be. Faye is only here because he has to be. This is Billy's fight to win. Which does feel a little silly that, like, Billy is the character that makes the difference in this fight. Like, Billy's the character who's actually here to to win the game for us, but Bart and Faye have to be here for story purposes. Bart and Faye are here for story reasons. Billy is here for gameplay. He has no connection to this, but he's the person who's actually gonna win. So silly. But at least we're almost done with Act 4 of the story. And then Act 5 is the rest. After Act 5 is the rest of the disc. And then we'll be in Disc 2, which is not going to be divided into acts because it's shorter than Act 1. The entirety of Disc 2 is going to be less than 5 hours. Act 1 was 5 hours long. So, ugh. Okay, Shakan. We do have to wait for Groff to give him the power. This boss fight actually was really annoying casually, I remember. I did not like this boss fight casually. And then I learned about ether strats, and now it's a joke. Hey, it's time for the power. Hi, Groff. He shows up at the end of every act part. You know this now, we've had 3 acts so far, and this is Act 4. It's time for him to show up again. I mean, Act 2 he showed up directly, but Act 1 was him with... Ooh, actually. Up to the Worm could be like a prologue of sorts, and then Act 1 is the whole Ave arc. Yeah. Because that's a whole, like, hour and a half to get there. That makes that first chapter more, or first act more reasonable. I don't know. Groff shows up very periodically, with quite a lot of regularity throughout Disc 1. Which I'm just now appreciating. Anyway. Billy's going to instantly do quad 9s. Oh no. You missed. Take another quad 9 hit. He's dead. The thing about this boss is it starts with 16,000 hit points and then will regen itself after a bit. And it does the annoying counter, it annoyingly counterattacks everything. But if you just do 2 really big hits right away, the fight's over because it doesn't get a chance to plug in and start regenning. And we get to skip all the annoying parts of the fight. Okay, Shakan. You're gone. Goodbye. Let's wrap this up. Right. We have an extra bonus cutscene after this. I was reading ahead of my notes. I was like, oh, right. The thing that exists. It's not going to take it's not a super huge detour to get to, but there is an extra cutscene that we do have to detour for. The next time we have control. After these scenes. But we destroyed a thing. We destroyed one of the 3 gates. We're gonna have to blow up the other 2. This last act of the disc is about blowing up the other 2 gates and then infiltrating Solaris. And we should be looking at a disc that's just a little over 15 hours of Disc 1. So yeah, we're on pace for like 20 hours-ish, assuming this cutscene is not ridiculously long, which I don't think it is. It's long, but I don't think it's ridiculously long. You know, I can appreciate, like, they're like, oh, the player, like, one of your party members is royalty, and is going to be restored to the throne. Like, are we sure we want to have a monarchy even if he's a good leader? And he's like, no, I don't want that. I want to create a system of government that's will actually serve people. But I don't want to be in charge of it. Like, you know, that makes sense, Bart. Anyway, time for a big council meeting. Hooray, council meeting. Which is just all of our party members plus Sigurd. And Mason is here. But I appreciate that Sigurd gets a chair at the table, even though he's not a party member. He deserves it. He absolutely deserves it. I mean, hopefully it's less than 21 hours. I put 21 hours as the estimate because that's about as long as it could take. It should be a bit under 21 hours. Not a lot under 21 hours, but a bit under 21 hours. But we're making very good time. Looking right now like it's going to be closer to 20 than 21. Also, it's so I'm like wide awake right now, which is awesome. It only took like 8 hours of the run for me to wake up, I think. And now I'm like going. I'm ready to go. I'm so full of energy. I can't. Maybe this might be manic energy from being like past that point of sleep deprivation, but you know what? I'm gonna channel it. It's fine. We just need it to last 7 more hours. Well, 8 more hours. No, 7 is probably enough. As long as I keep things moving. But yeah, I mean, we're almost back in sync with the any percent run. We have this cutscene here, then one other bonus scene that I have to go land and do, and then we'll link back up to where the any percent run starts actually doing stuff again, because the any percent run skips over this whole sequence. And then I'll actually have a better sense of how long things are taking. Actually, usually I do that skip around the 7:30 for a 14-hour run. That's 6 hours and a bit. And we need to add a bit for cutscenes. That might be 7 hours. Once we get there. Yeah. No, we're probably looking at over about 20.5 hours. So, which is why I wanted to give myself 21 hours to just give myself some buffer time. Because of this sort of stuff. Yep, they're just gonna choose that team for us. And then of course Billy's gonna do the other one, which means we now have to figure out 2 other characters that are good, which we only have 1 right now. They want to choose Bart and Choo Choo. We're not doing Bart and Choo Choo. We need Maria, because Maria is the only other character other than the 4 that are pre-assigned that we can actually do anything with. Oh god, which Discord server? Why? Go away, worst Discord server. You're not saying anything of consequence. You're just wasting everyone's time. You need to go into Bledivic for a bonus cutscene. Come on. I knew it was up here. Not here. Nope. Not you. There's nothing here. Unless it's you. Nope. Really notes being wrong. Pulling that out of my notes. Uh... Oh. Okay. Thanks for catching that. Shouldn't be very long. That was maybe seconds? Order of seconds. Maybe a minute? I can't imagine it was stuck for very long. It looked like it was not, from what I saw. Bart needs to go, Maria's in. Yeah. Not long at all. I was like, I think y'all missed me flying from Bloodivik to Babel Tower, and that's it. Yeah, I was like, you missed nothing. Like nothing. It's fine. Okay. Anyway. We swapped Maria in for Bart at Fort Jasper because Bart is not useful and Maria is, and Choo Choo is slow, so she can stay over Bart. Choo Choo will not get the turn before Maria. Bart would probably get a turn before Maria, and we'd have to parry through him. Maria's turn. So that's why that's happening. But we are officially at a point where I remember it better now because the any percent US run does this part of the game. Again, we're finally back. We're past the second major skip that any percent US. From this point, there's no major skips in any percent anymore for the rest of the game. So I should be more familiar with everything. Other than some of the side stuff that we have to do. Because there is side stuff we have to do. Anyway, time for some fights. These fights are slightly different than in any percent US because in any percent we have Ellie at both locations. Don't ask me why. I don't have time to get into it right now. Nope. Here odds. Related to the glitch that we do to do the skip, Ellie ends up at both fights. And so we just destroy everything with air rods. That's done. Great. That's the correct 3 I want here. Right, this cutscene takes a little longer because I don't have the debug message that Ellie and Satan get there. Yeah, all this dialogue gets skipped in any percent, but that's okay. Still doing okay for time. Hello, Alone and Seraphita. We have to actually power up Maria because Maria has to do this fight because Faye, Satan, Ellie, and Billy are unavailable. You gotta do this fight with someone other than those 4, and Maria is the best candidate out of everyone else that we have. So we powered up Maria, so she could do it. Anyway. Skygein is gonna go first every time. That's just gonna happen. We're gonna have to sit through a bunch of animations of Skygein doing attacks. And Grand Growl, because both of these gears are super slow. And then we do this, and we win the fight. And Choo Choo just stands there and looks pretty. Choo Choo's here because she is slower than Maria and will not take a turn. Unlike Bart, who would have been faster. And we don't want him taking a turn because he can't do anything productive with it. Yay, more cutscene. This is why we're here. Okay, we can hold out just fine, Satan. I don't know what part of we are one-shotting the enemies that you can't understand, but we're just fine. We get to redo these two fights. Hooray. They're exactly the same. Nice, we hit you. That means that we can do this without air rods. We don't need to bust out air rods for that if Faye hits the first time. Blade Gash is pretty dodgy, but she has enough hit points that you need an X attack to finish her off in one hit to one-shot her. But if we land it on Blade Gash, then we know we can land it on Marine Basher, because Marine Basher is nowhere near as dodgy. So I go for one on Blade Gash just to see, because if it hits, then great, I can just X attack Marine Basher and finish the fight without having to sit through air rods. I think it's worth it overall to go for it. Oh, good. Yep, we gotta sit through an attack from Skygeen and Grain Growl. Cool, thanks for that animation. I mean, it's a little faster than your other one. Thanks. Graviton gun. Or cannon. Go away. Wait. That's done. Okay. Second time. Will the second one work? Boom. We did it. Yay, we triggered a big explosion underground, which means we did it. That's the second gate destroyed. One gate left and then Solaris, and once we're in Solaris, it's about... Solaris. Solaris is like an hour-ish, not counting the ending cutscenes. Yeah, Solaris is just about an hour to get through. Not counting the ending cutscenes, which is another 26 minutes. But that's the end of Disc 1 cutscenes, so... I will be taking a break at that point to go, like, eat another meal. Because I ate a meal around the 8-hour mark. And it has been a bit since the 8-hour mark. And I think at around the 15-hour mark, I will want another meal. Okay, we gotta figure out where this gate is. So we're gonna work that out. Then we gotta do a little bit of prep. We gotta go to the Thames to prep for it. And then we have a little mini dungeon. It's not even like a real dungeon to go through before we can go to Solaris. it should be a pretty quick dungeon to knock out. So I think we're looking at, yeah, a little bit over 15-hour disc 1, which is not terrible. I'll take it for all cutscenes. Hello, where's Discord server? Please get through your stuff quickly. No, you won't, but get through it quickly because I would like to move on. Yeah, I think we're looking at a bit over 15 hours. Probably sub 15.5 hour disc 1, which means 20-ish hours? Yeah, 20-ish hours. If we're sub 15.5, I feel in disc 1 overall. No, we're not going to be sub 15.5. Listen, they're fun to listen. They're kind of fun every now and then, but like, they're really obnoxious. They speak in nouns that like, in proper nouns that aren't explained all the time. They're generally evil. They do nothing until they do one thing in disc 2, and then they do nothing after that. They take one action through the entire game. One action. Otherwise, it's all talk. Okay. Nope, I don't want to go to Shavat. Well, yes, but this is every single one of them. This is every single person in that Discord call. And they're also all constantly pinging everyone in the server about everything. Okay. We're here at the Thames because we need to do this. We just gotta talk to the captain real quick. Yeah. I think we're looking at right around 1530-ish. Maybe a little bit under 1530 for our disc 1 clear, which means 4.5-ish hours for disc 2. Yeah, 20 hours is very possible. If this is not a garbage run. I remember last year when I ran this, I had a terrible run, so I made my estimate larger. We'll have one more time, but we might very well hit like 20 hours and a tiny bit. I don't need anything from your gear shop, but I appreciate the offer. We're leaving now. No, that's not a thing. I don't think... I think you would at a user named everyone, but it would not at everyone in the chat. You're in Twitch chat. Certainly didn't tag me. Okay. It didn't tag me, I don't think. Yeah, no, it didn't tag me. I think you're good. Okay. Time for Sargasso Cave. I don't like Sargasso Cave. First of all, the party they give us? Like, why? I'm not gonna take the time to change my party back, but... because we can beat this whole dungeon with Faye. Yep, right, left, left. And then we backtrack and go right. You'd think I'd have this memorized by now. Because this is a dungeon we do in any percent, so I'm used to this dungeon. Stop it. But yeah, this dungeon should take 10 minutes max to clear. It's a small dungeon. We go right, then we go left, then we go left up here to flip a switch to turn off that current, and then we go right, and then we're at the end of the dungeon. And the rest of it's just about getting out of these encounters as quickly as we can. Okay. Oh my god. Current, I hate you. Let me over to the left, please. You travel faster through the water than on the bottom. It's generally best to jump unless you're going to hit the ceiling. You don't want to hit the ceiling. I mean, it's best to be off the floor. But you don't need to, like, bam jump because you don't want to be swimming against the ceiling either. You kind of want to just swim in the middle. That's the fastest swimming speed. Yeah, this one will pull us in. Last random encounter Could be. Unfortunately, our agility is broken underwater. In a bad way. You just did no damage. Can we please escape? The way escape works in this game, it's just a 50-50 every time you use the command, whether you escape or not. There's no other factors involved. It's purely a 50-50. Okay. Oh. We made it. I have no idea where they're from. Hello. So, we're well over halfway. We're like 2/3 of the way through this run. This is the all cutscenes run. Where we're going out of our way to view every cutscene in the game. The game is about to give us a new character, a new party member. Like, why? We're so late into the game. Faye needs to boost her here. And then we're gonna go for heavy attacks. This is not the fastest way for this fight to go, but it would take way too much time to swap anyone else into the party to make this fight go any faster than this. And it's fast enough. Like, that's fast enough, we don't need to swap anyone into the party. Because the party gets forcibly restructured to this after the last sequence, and then we're gonna go right into Solaris, where the party gets restructured again, or it's automatically. So, there's no reason to restructure the party just for this fight. We'll just let Faye handle the fight. Like, the game's gonna give us access to a new character, and then we can't use her for, like, all of Solaris. Until the final battle of the disc. So, like, why? And then we're on disc 2, and disc 2 is so much shorter than disc 1 that it's ridiculous. Emeralda joins so late. She's unfortunately not useful. I will be using her because it's more convenient for party swaps. It saves time for party swaps, and we don't need 3 characters in our party to beat 3 competent characters to beat any of the final stuff. We had our Choo-Choo content earlier. Choo-Choo did her thing against Octane, and Choo-Choo accompanied Maria to the Fort Jasper when we did the split mission. Choo-Choo's time is done. Yeah, Choo-Choo's time is done. I was double checking for myself. But no, we're not going to use Choo-Choo again in the run. And the only reason we're going to use Emeralda in the run is because we have to have her in the party for some cutscenes. And it's not worth taking the time to swap her back out of the party after that. Because we can just run Faye, Billy, and Emeralda, and Faye and Billy can just handle everything. Because they're both way overpowered. We just don't need a third competent character. But anyway, we've got lots of cutscenes here. Come on. Finish this up. Like to get into Solaris, please. Hmm. Uh, Emerald is joining our party. I literally am not going to use her until the grow up sequence at the end of disc 2. She gets to fight the final boss with us because she has to grow up at the end of disc 2, and I need to have her in the party for that. Okay. Cool. We're going to go back to Shavat. The game is nice enough to just take us there. You don't have to fly there. And, it's, Solaris. It exists now. Yeah. So they're gonna railroad us into Faye, at least the Tan, which is, a reasonable party. Maybe not the best party, but it's perfectly valid. I'm not gonna freak out about having to use it, Faye and we got Ellie, we got Faye. Satan's fast at least. We can throw speed stars to make Faye and Ellie faster, and Faye and Ellie are both useful. Would I rather have Billy? Maybe. But I'm not gonna complain too much about Faye, Ellie, Satan. But we got a lot of little scenes here to get through before we can go into Solaris proper. Hmm. Okay. Back in Shavat. Let's go to Solaris, please. No other business here. Yep, we're ready to go. Let's go. Into Solaris. Nope. I mean, there's the choo-choo people, but, like, they're not Nopon. They're sort of the thing that inspired Nopon, I guess, but they're not Nopon. No, we're about to enter Solaris. We're heading into the final dungeon of Disc 1. You know, almost 14 hours in, and we're about to finish Disc 1. Not about to finish, about to start the final dungeon, which is quite long. So it's gonna be over 15 hours. We're gonna be past the 15-hour mark before we finish Disc 1. With all the final cutscenes and everything else that has to go into the final dungeon, it's gonna be a while. We got a lot of cutscenes here in Solaris to get through. Okay. Yes, go away. Goodbye. Hammer! We haven't seen you since Act 2. No, Disc 1 is definitely more enjoyable than Disc 2. Like, I would say you should absolutely play Disc 2. Like, if you're playing the game, play Disc 2. There are some interesting things in Disc 2, and it's not going to waste your time. But if you're doing Disc 2, be prepared to, like, do it in small chunks and, like, actually sit and process what happened. Because the story just kind of flies at you. It's literally like reading a novel at times, but it's like a super dense novel with a lot of technical terms and stuff. We need to give you back your ether duckler. That doesn't matter. We're not going to be in Gears for the rest of the disc. We are locked in, heading into Solaris. Don't worry, they get rid of this upside down thing real quick. Because they realized it would be annoying after the first little bit. And so they flip our camera over. Okay. Yeet. This is what the Solarian government does to protesters. He got sent into outer space. And that housing block is being taken away. Bye. Where do I need to go next? Yes, here. We come over there, talk to Samson. We gotta do all the cutscenes. Which sometimes means doing, like, story-required stuff in an inefficient way just so that we get extra cutscenes out of it. We're gonna head into this one. Back to this one. Okay, we got Ellie. Now we're gonna go talk to Samson. We had to talk to Samson first because we needed to find out about Ellie. Then we go talk to Ellie to recruit Ellie. Then we go talk to Samson so Samson will do their thing. Will give us this work permit so we can leave. So much hassle. Then we go over here to the guard tower. And we can get out of this area. Okay. Yep, Samson, that's fine. You do your own thing. I'm glad we have a friend in Samson. He's gonna be our next party member, right? Missed. if you just run, you don't have to do the whole stealth section. That's supposed to be a stealth section where you're trying to not get seen by the robots, but if you just run, it works. But you have to book it like immediately, and it's kind of tight. Hey, Samson made it! We did it! We made it through the stealth section. There he goes. Oh dear. Well, I'm so sorry, everyone. Faye thought Samson's name was Timothy, and I don't think Samson lasted as long as Timothy did. Okay. And we're through. Welcome to Solaris. Oh no, we can't get in without a ticket. And this lady is just gonna give us our ticket. Like, forget the money. Excuse me, you're talking to a multi-billionaire in this universe's currency? I can afford to pay you for these tickets. Okay, into the ceremony we go. Time for some dedication. What are we dedicating? I don't know. Hi, Krellian. I don't know where your platform came from, because clearly there's no hole for it to come out of. Like, am I wrong? Carlian's platform just appeared. Like, there's nothing for it to slot into where he could have come from. You watch these scenes so many times, you start to notice the little things. You know? I don't know how many times I've seen this scene. Let's see, I've done... I did 2 casual playthroughs? 2 or 3 casual playthroughs. Plus I've probably done a good dozen or so runs across the different categories. Yeah. I've probably seen this. I've seen this scene like 15 to 20 times. Like, I pick up all the little things, because what else are you doing this far into the speedrun? Like, I'm not even touching my controller right now. I'm just here to talk and be ready for when I have to pick up the controller again. Oh no, they captured Billy. And no one else I care about. They did not capture Maria. They captured everyone else in our party, except for Faye, Ellie, Satan, and Maria. Billy is the one person they captured that I care about. The others? I want to know how they captured Billy, though. He does, like... He one-shots everything with one hit. Like, all he has to do is shoot once, and they're dead. Yeah. Outside of her mech and summoning her mech, yeah. But her mech is really good. Side scene is so good. And she's good on foot because she can just summon her gear wherever and have it do things. Which is very powerful. Anyway, we are running away now. We... Yep, let's go. Okay, can I do this running section? I hope I can do this running section properly. We should get, ideally, only one encounter, because I'm bad, and that's the best I've done here. It's possible, I think, to get 0, but it's really hard. I'm not going to get it. 1 is going to be good for me. 2 is not so great. If I get more than 2, I've messed up. I'm already making huge mistakes. This is fine. I don't like this. There's one. That's earlier than I wanted it to be. Because I made a mistake at the beginning. Fortunately, we have such good ether stats that we don't care about how much ether defense they have. We can just destroy them and move on. Let the ladder keep going. My least favorite part of this whole thing, and it's done. Good. You fall down there, it's just like guaranteed an extra encounter. And it's awful. No, go, go, go. There's the ladder. Go. Whew. That was not the cleanest. But we didn't take a second encounter. I'll take it. We've made it to Ellie's house. Okay, we don't have an optional scene for a while. I'm just like glancing through my notes to make sure I'm not missing anything. Oh, that cutscene. I'm gonna save before I do that cutscene, because before I get in there, because that cutscene soft-locked me in one of my cutscene % runs that I did. And I don't want it to soft-lock me again. I don't want to be, like, resetting back multiple hours. So, that's probably the best time to save before that. Got it. This is why I look through my notes. Oh, no, there's a save point, like, right before that. Yeah. I can save there. For sure. Yeah, we'll save there, because I'm not worried about a soft lock before that point. Shouldn't be soft locking on any of these, like, regular cutscenes that I view every single time I play because they're required. Anyway, Faye was respectful while Ellie took her shower. And now, Faye's gonna take a shower in the middle of Ellie's room. And, Ellie is, not looking away. She says she's adjusting it. My viewers, what kind of shower has the temperature adjustment on the outside of the shower? Like, why? Goodness, excuse me. I've been very sneezy today. I don't know why. Anyway, Ellie's mom is back here. Sorry I didn't turn the camera to show it. She's going to go shopping. Her shopping trip has just started. She is going to be back from her shopping trip within a minute. I don't know how she does this since we clearly live out in the suburbs away from the supermarkets and stuff. Or away from any of the grocery stores. Also, let this be a lesson to everyone in password security. If your password is your daughter's name backwards, maybe change it. Hey look, Ellie's mom's back. It's been less than 1 minute since she left to go get groceries. Now it's backtracking time. Oh hey, it's Satan. We found him. Oh, Satan, that was like your weakest excuse yet for anything. Like, you're not even trying to sell it confidently. Excuse me? There we go. I don't know what I was getting stuck on, but the game decided I was gonna get stuck on something. How convenient. We got the item we need. Okay. Uh, wow, an encounter. Okay, not bad. Not great, but anyway, we're just gonna eat this random canned food that we found. Random canned meat in a factory. Sure, let's eat it. I'm not gonna say anything. There's the door. I swear I can see. I wonder what kind of meat this is. Faye thinks it's yak meat. That's what he said. He said yak. Clearly, this is yak meat. I refuse to accept any other interpretation of that, of Faye's. We're saying yak there. That puzzle, I don't even remember how it's actually supposed to work. I just memorized the solution. Some of the puzzles I remember how you're supposed to figure them out. Some of the puzzles in here, I'm just like, I know what the solution is, and so I do that. And then there's, yeah, it's... I think that puzzle is like a binary addition kind of thing. I think is what that is. where if you overflow, it just terminates, so it's the last 4 digits of binary, so like 1 to 15, and you're trying to hit the number. I think the number you're trying to hit there is 10. And you're choosing what number you add to the bottom number each time. With the top row. Whether it's lit up or not. I believe. I don't remember if that's actually how the puzzle works. I just know the way to... I just know the inputs I need to put into it so that it turns off the foreign object scanner so that I keep going. It's been forever since I actually solved that puzzle. Anyway, we're gonna save at the save point that's just past this door because I've had a cutscene coming up soft look on me. But yeah, the meat was in fact made from whales, which are horribly mutated people that have been experimented on. So yeah, that's a thing. Anyway, let's save. I have not saved in a while. When was the last time I saved? I'm terrified. Oh boy! First save in... 6 hours? No, 5 hours. Yeah, first save in 5 hours. Come on, open the door. I mean, he could have, but that wouldn't be fun. And that wouldn't be in Satan's character. Satan doesn't give those kinds of warnings. That's not something Satan would do. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. There was nothing in that 5 hours that I was worried about, like, as far as soft locks go. The reason I saved there is because there's something coming up that I am worried about soft locking. On... I couldn't open the door because the game was busy giving me an encounter. How many times can we fail to run away? Let's see. They took damage. I'm not a fan of this. Let me through the door. Okay. We need to go into this room. Turn this on. And have a cutscene. Oh my goodness, we didn't soft lock. I have soft locked activating this cutscene. Which is... Yes, we have 0 armor. But we're fast, so we should be able to run away from things. Semi-reliably. Listen, my entire party is glass cannons. We take a lot of damage, but we deal a lot of damage. If I wanted to, I could one-shot everything in that fight. But that's not worth the time. Okay. Right. We're here. We do have to let you out. with your cutscene. Yes, I closed it again. I'm not going to grab the box. We opened it because this is the cutscene. There we go. That's the only cage I have to open. Yeah, that's the only one I have to open. Great. Oh, come on. No. We're doing D-pad movement. Which is fine. Okay. Lots of hallways. So many hallways. You know, having a long hallway with lots of interesting things on it is honestly not that bad. Okay. Now we need to go... We have to get this wrong on purpose. Okay, I'm making sure I've got everything. Yep. This is all just for cutscene percent stuff. I had to think about how to get that wrong, by the way. I'm so used to just putting in the code correctly, I had to think about that. Okay, now we're gonna examine this. This is an audio puzzle, by the way. You're supposed to remember this password and put it in at the other door. Yep, audio signal password. That's what it is. We're getting an encounter. Now that we've found out that it's an audio signal password, we can go put in the audio signal password. because we had to find out that it was one for the cutscene percent. This was completely not a waste of our time. Good. Made it here without another encounter. Good. Whew. Solaris is fun. I like Solaris. Might not make sub 15.5. Disc 1 is okay. Not ideal, but okay. Yeah, it's shoulder buttons to rotate. We got a little cutscene here. Hey, it's a room with holograms of us. We are not going to check out any of the holograms of us because we don't need to do that. We just needed to recognize that there were holograms of us. Also, there's a speed ring S in the chest back there. I do not need that because of our glitches. But casually, that's where you get your first one. And your only one that you're getting outside of the battling arena. Okay. There is interesting lore if you do check out the holograms. However, they are not defined as cutscenes for the sake of this run. Because you can keep repeating them. Because you can repeat the interaction with no changes, it's not defined as a cutscene. Basically, Solaris is analyzing stuff for all of us, and they're tracking like our anima alignment, how well we align with the anima relics, with all the Omni gears. And they say, Faye is the contact, we should dispose. I believe Ellie is listed as anti-type. Satan is not dispose. I remember he's got pretty good resonant, like, anima potential. Billy, Bart, and Rico all have pretty good, decent anima alignment, but they're marked as like disposed because they want to get rid of them. Yeah, they're scouting the main cast as potential new bodies. Billy, Bart, and Rico are all okay. Faye is contact. Ellie's antitype. Satan is also good. Maria has none, so she's marked as dispose. She's marked for disposal. Choo Choo has none. She's marked for disposal. Emeralda is a cluster of nanomachines. She has no resonance either, so she's marked for disposal. So those three are like, the Gazelle don't want them. The others, they're like, other than Faye and Ellie, they're like, oh, we can use them as bodies. Like Bart, Billy, and Rico, they could use. And Satan's here, doing his own thing. Faye, they want to get rid of because he's the contact. And Ellie, they want to do stuff with because she's the anti-type. And these are like big important titles. Anyway, we're about to have a flashing warning, so if you are sensitive to flashing lights, look away now. And it should be safe for you to look back at the screen again. The flashing is over. Hmm. Yeah, we're looking at more than 15 and a half hours for disc one, but that's okay. That's okay. We're going to be over 20 hours, but over 20 hours is not bad. My estimate was 21. Be fine. Yes. The Gazelle are terrified of the contact because every time one shows up, humanity is destroyed. And it's almost always because the Gazelle spend a ton of effort trying to kill him and cause a bunch of collateral damage. It is so dumb. Oh yeah, that and Miang. Yes, it's also Miang's fault. Absolutely, a lot of it's Miang's fault. I have 2 paragraphs left in my notes until we get to disc 2. We're so close. I mean, we're really like 45 minutes away, but we're 40 minutes away, roughly. But we're making progress. We have a lot of that is cutscene. Most of that is cutscene, I should say. Yeah, we kind of lost. It's fine. Also, I'm trying not to read too much into Satan's dialogue here because I know what he's trying to do here. Well, this is not Satan speaking the truth right now. Satan gets away with a lot of BS, but Satan here being really cruel to Faye is not him being truthful in this moment. Because in this moment, he's trying to manipulate Faye into shutting down and letting Id out so he can talk to Id in a safe environment. That's the whole reason he wanted to do this. And it's like, okay, that was really selfish of you, but you're not like strictly on the side of Solaris. It's just like, okay, this... Is it a good thing that he did that? No, but it's not trying to help Solaris. He's just playing both sides. Hi, Ramses. Hello again. Oh, yeah. Absolutely, yes. He does so much stuff that he should not get away with. Okay, we're almost done with this sequence. Thank you, Satan. All this information. I would like to move, so I can move towards the end of the disc, please. So close. Finishing disc 1. I don't think this is going to be a sub 1530 disc 1. Kind of close, but not. I don't think we're going to make it. We got out of that cutscene at the 15-hour mark. The trouble is we have 4 minutes. To get sub 1530, we have 4 minutes to get into the final, to get through the final boss fight, and I don't think that's feasible. Because there's more cutscenes along the way. Well, the final boss fight of the disc, I should say, not the final boss fight, period. Yeah. No, we're going to be over 15.5 hours, but definitely sub 16, which is fine. Easily sub 16. Great. Cool. Through that. Okay, through that room. They're destroying the gate. Yeah, we gotta watch Jesse and Satan blow up the gate. Hi, Ramses. Again, he shows up for a little bit here. Okay, that's done. And we've made it over here. Okay. We got a little scene here. Go through this cutscene. Great. We rescued Ellie's parents. Cool. And now it's just trying to make our escape. That's all we're doing, is just trying to escape. So we got a little bit of navigation to do, and then I'll have a boss at the end of this, but not that much dungeon left. Here we go. I'm just trying to get through here as quickly as I can. Go. Now, there is one absolutely terrifying encounter that I've only ever seen once in any of my runs. And I managed to get away from it, but if we run into that encounter and we don't run away, that's going to be a huge time loss. But I think it's worth the risk. Where we go? Is turn left this way. Follow the path. Right here. Then left at the next two T's. Right. Left. I don't like encounters in the maze. Okay, it's not the scary one. This one is not particularly terrifying. And we've made it. Okay, that's all of the movement that I need to do in this entire disc. The rest of this is cutscenes and a boss fight. Okay, we gotta get through this cutscene before the boss fight. Yep, Hammer's about to do something and make it everyone else's problem. And like, sure, he feels sad that he's not helpful and not useful, but like, come on, Hammer. You have your own skills. We understand that. And if you didn't do this, like, we're still happy to have you around and stuff. Like, I know you don't feel like you're being that useful, but like, you don't need to be. It's okay, Hammer. Half of my party is sitting on the sidelines. Never to be used again. Like, Rico's never gonna get used again, Hammer. You're in good company. Well. Rip Ellie's mom. Now, Hammer, why'd you have to do that for? Okay. I think we're looking at like a 1540-ish disc one. Yeah, 1540-ish disc one seems very reasonable. Maybe less. Probably sub 1540, which is not terrible. Maybe I get this under 20 hours. Maybe. Unlikely. Okay. We need Ellie and we need Satan for this. Time for our final fight of the disc. This is the last fight I have to do on disc one. Which means I'm allowed to go make food after this. Oh my goodness. Okay, Speed Star Bay. We're gonna use our Speed Stars. That cast haste, they're wonderful. We want a guided shot Grok once. Guided shot Executioner once. We'll guided shot Grok again next. Ellie, go fast. Burn. Both of you. Rough. You got a turn? I'm surprised. Well, this is a big time loss. Because this animation takes forever. Not because I actually care about the damage. The animation is just really slow. Boom, that should do it. Perfect. I am gonna go start dinner so that I can eat again. Y'all enjoy Disc 1 ending cutscenes. Okay. I have returned and I am in time. I think I made it back with like a minute to spare. Oh, Ramses. Yes, this is the one time he actually succeeds. Well, against us at least. And even when he wins, he forgets his orders. So he loses. Yeah, we're definitely sub 1540. By a little bit, actually. Okay. We might be able to sub 20 hour this. If I play really well, I don't think we're gonna sub 20. I think sub 20 is gone. Sub 20 and sub 2030, definitely possible. I am gonna save here. Last time we get to change the disc. Welcome to disc 2. Disc 2 is also known as the time in the run where we go on random tangents because I cannot stay focused on the game because there is so little for me to do. And we're on disc 2. I guess we're gonna take a little more than 4 hours because we have extra cutscene stuff. But it's only 10 p.m. Yeah, we can definitely finish this by 2:30 my a.m. my time. Yeah. Not sub 20, but sub 2030 for sure. Maybe even sub 2015. This has been a decent run. Not a good run because I mean, if it's a really long run, I didn't not do the beginning of the run well. But I've been feeling awake for a while now, which is good. It's weird. I woke up extra early, but like before the run. The time that I was falling asleep was like early in the run. First couple hours, 3 hours or so was rough for my sleepiness. I am wide awake right now. Part of that is because I'm eating right now, but because I gotta get my dinner eaten. I cooked my dinner during the end of Disc 1 cutscenes. My own personal challenge to myself is always to make pasta. Not like from scratch, but like to cook pasta during the end of Disc 1 cutscenes, because it's a long enough time to start some water boiling and then cook the pasta. And I have still like some extra time to spare to add like whatever I want to it. And you know, we're getting the same cutscene from 2 different perspectives. That's how this disc starts. Let's show you the same thing twice. I'm gonna have to start playing soon. But it's like, we just had 26 minutes of cutscenes to end Disc 1. And then we have a solid 7 more minutes. Start Disc 2. Wow, I feel so much better now that I'm eating real food and not snacks. I mean, I had a real meal uh almost 8 hours ago, and then another one almost 8 hours before that. More than 8 hours before that, actually. Yeah. This is fine. Oh my goodness, it's time for gameplay. See, look, Disc 2 is normal. Yeah, okay, our friend's wounds are gonna take a while longer. Keep track of that. We got healed at 15 hours and 45 minutes-ish, roughly. How long is it going to take Ellie to get healed? Because she had much more serious wounds. Our wounds took 3 weeks to heal. Let's see how long it takes Ellie's wounds to heal. 3 weeks plus... Oh my goodness. 3 weeks and a whole, like, minute and a half. I can't believe it. Her wounds were more serious, so it took her an extra minute and a half to get fully healed. That makes complete sense when we're talking about a time scale where it took him 3 weeks, where it took us both 3 weeks. That minute and a half is super significant. So, Tora just did this. He says it's theoretical. Not even like it's brand new. It's not even like it's like, oh, we're testing it out. We're going to try this. We're going to give this to you. It's like, oh, no, we're going to try this out, see if it works. So we did that at 1549. And immediately, it has been less than 1 minute, and this Shavad emissary is already trying to get us to fight in a gear, and Tor is like, it's because you learned that he can control the power of id. And it's like, we learned how to do that a minute ago. Faye woke up today. Like, maybe not literally like 3 minutes ago, but like it's within a span of hours. How did someone travel here this quickly after hearing the news that Faye is awake? Who leaked that? Because it could have only been it was Satan. We know it's Satan. Satan leaked the news so that Faye would get back in action. It all makes sense. Satan was here. Satan saw that Faye woke up, immediately sent a message out to the world saying, hey, Faye's awake. Because we're clearly like 4 hours away from Bledavik, or wherever. We're 4 hours away from civilization. By gear. Anyway, Weltall got thick. Unfortunately, Weltall 2 is worse than Weltall 1, because when they were remodeling Weltall, they decided to rip out the Omega 100 engine and replace it with a worse engine. That outputs less power. I don't know why they would do that, but that's what they did. So unfortunately, Faye is kind of not so good in his gear on Disc 2. Because his engine went away, and so much of his power is based on his engine. He's okay. We can still use him to do quad 9s. But it's going to be kind of slow. We have another way of dealing damage that's better. Not better, but it'll work. And we can still do damage with Faye. He's still okay, he's just not as good. Oh, goodness, so much talking. This is Xenogears Disc 2, though. Just like this. The whole time. Honestly, this is kind of action-packed for Xenogears Disc 2. So here they're trying to teach us about this cool new ability called System It that we have, which we can spend a bunch of fuel to basically activate a hyper mode where we get super good death blows. We don't care, we're gonna use our fuel for Flaming Hell. I am using a turbo controller, that is allowed. Because the alternative is destroy my hands. Yes. I would not run this game if I could not use a turbo controller. I also am using a rubber band to press down the X button for me sometimes because even holding down the button for as long as I need to hold it down for is a lot. Look. We're running cutscene percent. We're trying to get all the cutscenes. But it is very obnoxious in any percent. And technically there's one skippable cutscene. It's the very opening cutscene is skippable. You can skip the intro FMV. That's the only cutscene you can skip in this game. Without glitching. Yes. I know. I'm being silly. Oh yeah. I mean... How much of this run is cutscene? I'm not sure the exact math, but I would hazard a guess at like 70%. I would guess about 70% cutscene. Maybe more. Like, there is gameplay. But a lot of this run is cutscene. And unfortunately, we are at the point where we're going very cutscene heavy. I'd say the remainder of the run is much closer to 90% cutscene. Yeah. Well, yeah, no, because we have like... I'd say we probably have 40 minutes of gameplay left. 40 minutes? Do we actually have 40 full minutes of gameplay? Yeah, no, I guess we do have 40 minutes of gameplay left for the next 4 hours. So yeah, like, that's like 80-something% cutscene. But yeah, at a guess, I would say about 40 minutes of gameplay left that are not cutscene. I need to tell it to not save. I don't need to save. No. Keep going, game, please. This is Disc 2, though. Disc 2 is so much cutscene. Disc 1 has a lot, but it's still, you know... There's still gameplay, we're doing dungeons, we're, you know, actually engaged and explore and doing stuff around the world. Right now, the game is telling us a story. What a surprise! This thing that looked like a giant spaceship in the middle of Isla capital was actually a giant mech. Wow! Who could have guessed? Anyway, this fight's on a script. I mean, by that I mean it's scripted out and it doesn't change because the setup doesn't change no matter what. We do use egg cannon here because even though it's super fuel expensive, it's the fastest way for us to do damage. And we have enough fuel to make it work. We have just enough fuel, I should say. I don't know. I don't even really know what's going on here. This Fort Hurricane plotline is something. That's the mobile Solaris weapon, yes. That we just destroyed. That they were talking about earlier. That is the mobile Solaris weapon that we were attacking. Okay. It's destroyed. I gotta go do clean up a dish real quick. Okay. We can do this. We can get through these last, like... few hours. Yeah, this is, yeah. The budget went to Disc 1. A lot of the budget that was left over for Disc 2 is, anime. That's where the budget for Disc 2 went, is to the anime cutscenes. Because they're back. Remember the anime cutscenes we had in the first, like, hour and a half of the run that then disappeared? Oh yes, they ran out of dev time, like, seriously. So what happened was they were originally going to cut it off at the end of disc 1, I believe. They planned out for the whole game. Then they were like, we're out of time. We need to finish up disc 1, and we're going to release that as one game and then try and make the rest of it into a sequel. But then they got an like a 1-year extension. And they were like, okay, we can do that. And then they put together, they fit to polish off disc 1, and they were like, okay, let's try and squeeze disc 2 in. And they did. And this is what we got. Because they had a like set amount of time to get it out, and this is all that was done. When Square said, basically, you gotta put something out. You gotta get it out. Yep. It's... Where? Oh yeah, yes, it was. It was one of the ideas that came up for FF7, but it was too edgy for Final Fantasy. But there are ideas that transferred over. Like the concept of Genova takes a lot of inspiration from the concept of Miang in this game. Like the whole concept between of Genova, Miang, and the sorceress in FF8 are all, there's a lot of overlap there with how those three things work and operate. So well, obviously not everything made it, you know, into the main, not like this is not a mainline Final Fantasy game. It ended up going a different direction. I don't hate it. About having word mind stuff, absolutely. There's a lot of bits of FF7 that like draw inspiration, or mutually inspired, like between this game and FF7. I don't know which way is the right way to say it, because I mean, obviously FF7 came out before this game, but there were definitely dev talks between developers working on both. And I'm glad this is not Final Fantasy, because, like, I feel like they really let the ethers become their own thing. And, like, they don't have to deal with, like, having to put summons into the game, because that's, like, a big thing in Final Fantasy. And it's like, we don't need those. We just don't need those. Like, you don't have to stick to that lore. We can make up our own stuff. It's very freeing. Well, Erdekaiser is special. They would have just called the Gears the summon. That's all, honestly. Yeah, that's what they would have done. Cybtane is basically a summon. Maria's a summoner. Fine. Maria's basically just a summoner. We need to... Oh my goodness. Oh, I don't want to open menu yet. I actually want a member change. So we're gonna wait. Don't want to... Nope, we want to wait. I need to member change. We can take Faye out of the party here. We're sticking Maria in. And then we do not need to open a menu. It's time for Maria to win this fight for us. Or rather, Cybertane is going to win this fight for us. Thanks. Much faster than the Faye and Ellie strategy. Which involves guided shot, 3 times, like a bunch of times on the main guy, and then thermal dragon, whatever it is, the fire AoE on the little ones after it's dead. But yeah, Graviton Cannon is really good. So we get to use it in this run. Any percent is not allowed, can't use it, because any percent doesn't go to Shavat, and they actually, like, you have to go through that sequence in order to learn Graviton Cannon. Like, the game will give you Maria, because it's like, oh, you're supposed to have Maria in the party, but it won't actually update the flag for having Graviton Cannon, or Graviton Beam, or whatever it is, if you haven't done that sequence and went through the fight where you learn it. It will never give it to you. Which I just think is interesting. Sorry, I talked over it. You'll get the gist of it in this text. It's anime words. It's not like the anime scenes are there to show, but they aren't like they get all the information is in the text. And the visuals, like you don't really need to hear what they're saying in most of the anime scenes, except the ending. I'll try and make sure I'm quiet for the ending. And I'll try to be quiet in the anime scenes in the future too. Thanks for the reminder. Oh yeah, it's really bad. The audio balancing and lip syncing is really bad. They only lip synced for JP, I believe. And and the dubbing that they didn't bother with it. And the audio balancing is very bad because it was rushed out. Yeah, it's just synced to the JP voices. That's what I was gonna say. It's like they synced it to the JP voices. And they didn't bother trying to like make sure that the English dub lined up, which is, I mean, whatever. But yeah, I mean, I can do it. We haven't had anime scenes since I was like... We haven't had an anime scene before that one in about 14 hours or more. More than 14 hours. Like, I will make the change. Like, to put it into context, there was anime budget for Disc 1, but they ran out of anime budget after the desert. Like, Faye getting lost in the desert and getting captured by on the Avi transport ship, that's when they ran out of the anime budget for Disc 1. Roughly halfway through Act 1 of 5 on Disc 1. So, like, 10% of the way through the entire disc. And the rest of the disc has no anime scenes. And then they had some for disc 2 because... I don't know. They planned out the plot. They just didn't have the time to actually put everything together. Yes. Hey everyone, we're about to have some gameplay again. I mean, they're trying to use their Discord call to release a... They're trying to use their Discord skills to hack into something to release, like, a virus and cause it a pandemic. Not an exaggeration. Yes, we're gonna have gameplay. I know. Anyway, we're bringing Billy and Maria. Krellian didn't actually do a virus. Or Krellian did a virus. His was actually a virus. Theirs is, like, not a virus. It's more serious. It doesn't spread that way. Okay. Remembering how to do this dungeon. Krellian did a nanomachines. That's right. Krellian did a nanomachine virus. Which did stuff. They're basically trying, and then we stopped it with our nanomachines. But what they want to do is destroy our stopping it and unleash a worse virus. You cannot kernel menu on disk 2 at all. No. Swapping in disk 1 does not work. You can only kernel menu while you're still on disk 1 by swapping to disk 2. Doesn't work the other way around. I do like these this dungeon. I do really like it, actually. The aesthetic's cool. It has some cool puzzles. The puzzles here are pretty good. They're not, like, ridiculous. But it does have some legitimate puzzles. It's like a real dungeon that was developed. Hello? Thank you. I've been having trouble with doors today. I don't know what it is. We're having bad encounter luck too, but that's whatever. It is what it is. We did a puzzle. To input a code. I know what the code is. The other panel just beeped that you don't even bother. I mean, truly, we're just doing the any % route through this dungeon. Look, it's gonna come back. It's all gonna come back. Don't worry. We're enjoying a regular dungeon right now. There we want it. 4. There's directions for this puzzle. I'm not showing them because that's all they are, is directions. Oh yeah, we have an really awesome pre-boss cutscene coming up. We're here to get Anima Relic. Basically, the thing is, most of the Anima Relics have been either secured by the Ministry or are embedded in RRLOL6. So, like, Andvari, which is an Omni Gear, has an Anima Relic. There's an Anima Relic in the Omni Gear that Ellie is attuned to. There's an Anima Relic in Satan's Omni Gear. He just has one. And there's an Anima Relic in Phase as well, I believe. I don't think there is one in Phase, because Phase is special. But basically, we're trying to get our hands on the last 2 Anima Relics. There's one here, and then we're going to do another dungeon to get the last one. But this is a facility that's holding an Anima Relic, and this one happens to be one that resonates with Billy. Yeah, I was like, I don't think Weltall has an Anima Relic. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I know Ellie's Omni Gear has one, even though she doesn't ride it. Yeah, Faye is the relic. Yes, exactly. Fenrir has a relic. So Satan has one already. We're getting Billy's right now. Bard already has one. And what we learned in that room in Solaris, what we would have learned is that Maria, Emeralda, and Choo Choo cannot resonate with the Anima Relics, so they will not get one of them. But we realized, Faye doesn't need one. Ellie, Satan, and Bart already have one. Because Bart found his Omni Gear last one. Yeah. The known ones are Regulus, which is Ellie's, Fenrir, Opiumorph Vengeance, and Ipsfina. Yes. Plus the 2 that we're getting now. Because a bunch of them got attuned before. Because Groff has one. Groff has an Anima Relic. Is what they say. In the dialogue at some point. He's got Naftali. a bunch of them were attuned a while ago, and so they're lost, basically. But yeah. The known ones at this point in the universe that are under someone's control are Fenrir, Opium, yeah. Amphisvina, yes, is with Krellion's Omnigear. Vengeance, or Vendetta, in this translation, is the gear that we fought, and we fought it again at the beginning of this disc. Opiumorph we're gonna see later. Amphisvina we're gonna see later. But yeah, those ones are Omnigears. And then Fenrir and Regorus, which Regorus is the one in Shavat. What do we want to do for this one? Right. Maria. Go Burr. Hi, Dominia. I believe this does enough damage. We're saving some EP. Maria's learned Robo Punch, which means we now have a 10 EP attack that does quad 9s instead of needing to spend 60 EP to do quad 9s. Anyway, that's the last on-foot battle in the entire game. So, I hope you like Gears, because all of our battles are going to be Gears from now on. We will never fight a battle, a boss battle. Well, you can fight battles on foot later, but we will never fight a battle on foot that we do, like, no. No, that's not true. That's the last required one. We do have one more on foot battle. It's not going to be very interesting. Yes, I did use a gear for it. I know. Our next one I won't use a gear for, I promise. It's an optional one. Much later, but I will not use a gear for it. Anyway, time for this. I think if you weren't playing Turbo, this cutscene is the longest break in the run. Like, this is the longest time you actually don't need to put in an input, because everything else has been turboing X through. And it's a minute and a half. This far into the run. But also, I love this boss intro. It's great. And they deserve this music for it. I wish the music kept going, honestly. I don't want the boss theme. So this is a fight. This fight is why we brought Billy. Nope, you don't need to do anything. Booster. That was the boss fight. Billy is very strong. I should note that both Faye and Maria could have done quad 9s in that fight, but they would have had too much animation time. They would have had significantly longer animations, so it's much faster to not attack with them, even though they could have done the same damage. Just because their attacks that do that much damage have much longer animations than Billy's, which is a super fast animation. Because it's his basic square attack. Faye would have to do Flaming Hell, which has a decent animation. It's not a terribly long one, but it's a decent one. It's a good few seconds. Whereas Billy's is like 1 second. You know, it's not required. I might do it though. Just because. Pat, do you want me to get the Slayer's robe this run? We gotta figure that out soon, because we're, it's the next boss fight that I need to have that decision by. But yeah, I can get the trading card if y'all want me to. It doesn't cost much time at all. Like, I don't care. Let's do it. And we'll get the Slayer's robe, too. Which requires beating the super boss of the game with the trader's card equipped, which we can do, no problem. Our speed ring S's are not doing anything for us at this point. Well, yeah, no, they're not really. Ideally, I'd want to put that on Bart, but no. Let's see. I gotta think about it. When am I gonna put that on? I could put it on in that menu right before. And I can throw it on Bart, because Bart doesn't matter for anything else. That's probably the best move. Throw it on Bart. Yeah. Because Faye and Billy actually do matter for that side quest. Those speedring S's do matter, but Bart's don't. Bart is not important, but he is going to be in the super boss fight. Because Wild Smile is still a useful ability. And I'm not allowed to bring Satan. Or Ellie. I should clarify. Ellie is gone at that point. Okay, Anima Dungeon 2 coming up. We got some cutscenes here. I'm just gonna let this speak for itself. Yeah, I think getting the trading card costs like 20 seconds. Very whatever. If I miss my PB by 20 seconds, I'll be upset. A little upset, but I don't think I'm going to be, like, that close to my PB. We'll do the trading card. Also, Maria is done for the run. Sorry, that fight, that elements fight was the last time we're gonna use Maria in the entire run. I think. Yeah. Yeah. That is the last time we're doing Maria. That is the last time we're gonna use Maria. Or Maria. She's real useful for just a few fights in this run, but she's done for the run. Bart has more utility in the rest of the run, ironically. Because Bart's been not doing anything. Hey, guess what? It's the worst Discord server again. They're back. Anyway. Yes, now it's Ramses' turn to do a thing and make it everyone's problem. Hammer did a thing and made it everyone's problem. Now Ramses is going to do a thing and make it everyone else's problem. We are going to change our party up. Because I need Billy. Okay, for a random battle. I'm trying to get out of my gears so I can go in the door, but the game is like, no. Okay. We have to read the 3 hints. Keep in mind as I'm solving this puzzle, I know the solution in advance. This puzzle is much worse casually. Platforming gods, be kind to me. Thank you. I don't care about that being countered after I do the platforms. Also, yes, we're doing a second dungeon. I know, we have another we have more gameplay in our visual novel. How dare. Come on, there's the hole. We're just doing this the fast way. Hmm. This is a water puzzle. There's hints for how to actually, like, how you're supposed to figure this out on the wall. I'm just doing it the fast way. We don't need to read the hints, we're just gonna do the puzzle. And they're not like lore hints, it's just there's no information about anything, it's just here's how the puzzle works. Drop down the pit. This way. Back out this door. Going uphill, so it's faster to run. Level or flat, jump. And down we go. Through this door. You can absolutely get up here on gears. And now we're running through here. I have no idea when the VOD for this will be up. I think VODs for the marathon in general aren't going to get started until late April. I don't know. Yeah, unfortunately, he's not very good. And he's not very relevant. So, yes. And what the trouble is, this marathon channel has so many highlights that they can't possibly delete them all in time. So they're waiting for the auto delete to happen, or to get auto called, so then they can start working on it and getting it exported and all that. But it's gonna be a while. Because Twitch's like page for deleting highlights is really bad. Hi, Hammer. Hammer turned himself into a gear. Anyway, let's get this trader card. Because we can absolutely do that. Bonk. Quad 9s. Quad 9s. Oh no, not a self-modification. Yep, okay. That means we are allowed to run. I am not going to run. Because we did it. We got the trader card. I just wanted to go through that a little slow to confirm. Yeah, Hammer was one of Krellion's experiments. At this point. Yeah. He became one of Krellion's experiments, and now, goodbye, Hammer. We've got the trader card. I mean, he did kill Ellie's mom. He made that choice. I don't know. I find it very hard to be sad for Hammer. Oh yeah, the last bit of plot relevance, it's officially confirmed. Even this was hinted way back when Rico was relevant. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. And now Ramses does something, and now Ramses makes a mistake, and it's going to be everyone's problem. Oh yeah, no, I did. I know it. I pointed it out. I got you. Every single guy Gruff powers up is bald. We also pointed out that Disc 1 is structured loosely in 5 acts, every single one of which ends with Gruff. The first act would be Groff powering up the Dora. Second act ends with the Groff fight on the Goliath. Third act ends with Groff powering up Stein. Fourth act ends with Groff powering up Shakan. Fifth act is the Groff Executioner fight at the end. And if you want to break up the first act into a prologue and a first act, you can say the prologue is up till you meet Groff and he summons the worm. You can divide up Disc 1 really nicely into relatively evenly length chapters by putting the chapter breaks right shortly after every time Groff shows up. And the pacing works really nicely. And it really feels like you're in different arcs of the story in between each of those fights. And then in Disc 2, you can't do that because Groff doesn't show up. Like, much at all. And when he does, he's not the focus. I mean, he is kind of the focus, but he's really not the focus. Anyway, Ramsey's messed up. He killed Kane, and Kane was the only one stopping the worst Discord server from doing their thing, and now the Gazelle have done something, and it's going to be everyone else's problem. The Gazelle Ministry did a thing. This is the only thing they do. All game. Directly, other than, like, give orders to people. And it causes so many problems. Yep. We gotta wipe out 90% of humanity because, yep. This is not the Dragon Tower from Chrono Cross. It's a piece of the ship that we saw at the very opening cutscene 17 hours ago. Also, I'm sorry to all the Ellie fans. Ellie's leaving the party. Forever. Faye's telling Ellie that she's not allowed to help. Yeah, I know she has air rods. The game developers realize that air rods are a little overpowered. Well, she can't. Yeah, she can't pilot Vierge because reasons, and she had Vierge. She refuses to pilot Regulus because she just doesn't want to. Doesn't want to be in an Omnigear, and I don't know why she can't pilot Vierge, but she can't anymore. Also, Regulus is bad because it doesn't have air rods. But yeah, our AoE abilities and gears are gonna be not super great. Fortunately, there are no more multi-part bosses in the entire game. Is that right? Yeah. There are no more multi-part bosses left in this game. Every boss from here on out will be a single target. So we're not gonna miss air rods too much. Yes. This is correct. That's fair. It's a long run. Thank you. We're through the worst of it. I mean, most of this is just following my script and not falling asleep. And hopefully I can do those two things. Oh, because we did the trader card thing, I do need to remember to equip that on Bart. Anime time. Yep, too expensive. Nuh-uh. We don't have the budget for that. Absolutely, thank you. Yes, go to bed, please. No one should be staying up for this entire run except for me. And I am feeling the sleep deprivation hitting right about now, which is really fun because I know we have about 3 hours left. About 3 hours left, I should say. Give or take a bit. And this music and these cutscenes are not helping to keep me awake. Ugh. We're gonna get through this. It's just... Oof. Oh, I did. I was not very into the original. I have to say I'm enjoying Definitive Edition a lot more than the original Xenoblade X. The original Xenoblade X just failed to draw me in. I don't know what it was. Like, I tried it. I gave it a shot. It was alright. And then I had some fun exploring. And then any time I tried to do anything, I think I just didn't understand the combat when I was playing it. Like, it didn't click for me at all. And I'm not saying I understand it perfectly now, but I understand it better now playing Definitive Edition. Also, like, how awful is it to have to find a treasure and then realize you don't have the skill to open the treasure, and then you can't get that treasure and you have to come back later. Like, that was like annoying, and then like the planting the probes being blocked by a field skill was just like, why? Anyway, I need to change my numbers. Billy. I haven't gotten very far in XDE because I play slow and I do all the quests. I'm, you know, work my way through it very methodically. I need to find my trader card. There you go. Have your trader card. Okay. We are gonna save here. So yeah, I actually, in the current file I'm working on, I haven't finished chapter 3 yet of XDE, but that's okay. I've been busy exploring. I've been doing really dumb exploration stuff all around Primordia, and it's been really fun. And I've been doing side quests and stuff. I'm probably, the next time I play, will be able to finish, we'll wrap up Chapter 3 pretty quickly. But I'm one of those people who, when I play a game, I like to do everything except what thing I'm supposed to do. So I'm gonna be doing, I don't know. It's gonna take me a while to get through the story because I'm gonna want to do everything else, and there's a lot of everything else in that game. And the exploration is really fun, honestly. It's fun to like be like, can I get here around this such and such high level enemy? I really enjoy that aspect of it. Yeah, I'm not like marathoning it. I've been playing a little bit when I can, but yeah. Okay. Billy needs to do 2 square attacks here. We're trying to build attack level on Billy. I don't care that you're healing yourself, that's fine. You're allowed to do that. Oh yeah. Might get there. Now we need to wait. There's 1 HP halving ability. We need to wait for a second one. Oh my god! That's so good! Oh no. We're fine. Oh, that was awesome. Yeah. Deus cooperate. I know. I was shocked. Deus never does that. That is a huge source of RNG time loss that we just did not deal with at all. My trader card can stay on Bart for the rest of the game. I don't need it. I don't need Bart for like anything. We're heading into Alpha Wealth Hall. Alpha Wealth Hall is pretty simple. And by pretty simple, I mean Billy is going to booster and then go burr. Yeah, no. I will say in X, I'm very much just kind of messing around. I don't think I'm that good at the combat or min-maxing anything or anything. I'm like, whatever. I'll get to stuff when I get to stuff. It's been a fun ride, though, so far. There are things that frustrate me about the game, but, like, so far I'm not hating it as much as I did the original. The original I had some frustrations with stuff. I do remember, like, making it so that one of my files, like, literally I could, because I accepted an affinity mission and was like, I need to farm this material in order to complete this affinity mission, and I can't accept a story mission without completing this affinity mission, and that got a little frustrating. So, hoping that doesn't happen again. I mean, I might have to farm the material, but I'm hoping materials are at least a little bit nicer than they were in that one, because that one was, ugh. I think they are, though. There's a lot of quality of life in DE that's been really nice. Like, honestly, thank goodness blade levels are just not a thing. Because why? Why did they exist? They did not need to exist. Anyway, Alpha Welt's all time. Booster you. Quad 9s. You charge. Don't need to do that. Oh no! Oh no! Whatever will I do? Bart, you're gonna help. Because Alpha Weltal is susceptible to Wild Smile. Of all things. Oh no, not Faye. Oh no, not Billy. Okay, that actually kind of hurt. Let's go ahead and... Oh, never mind. We don't need a death blow. We're just done. That was the fight. We got the Slayer robe. I'm not going to equip it, but we have it. Anyway, we won that fight, but the game says we lost, so we lost. You're not supposed to win that fight. Like, just right, you're not supposed to win that fight, but we won it anyway. Because we're that strong. I think I have won literally every fight that I'm supposed to lose in the game at this point. Yeah, no, we've just... The only fight I didn't win with damage was the Dan fight in the Ave tournament. Every other fight that you can end with damage, I've ended by doing enough damage to the other thing, even if it's supposed to be a loss. I just won anyway. I beat Rico at the baptismal ceremony. I beat Wiseman both the times that he showed up with damage. And we just beat Alpha Weltal. I need, sorry, I need to to start saying something because I need to take my mind off of sleep. I'm not tired, but I mean, I'm tired, but I'm not like falling asleep, but I'm like, I was like, oh, I'm gonna so enjoy getting into bed after this run and going to sleep and just sleeping in tomorrow. Oh, I can still say tomorrow because it's not after midnight here, where I am. 11:34 p.m. 35 p.m. now. Today was not a good day for me to wake up at 3 a.m., but here I am. Oh yeah, I love it. I love that the Gebler 5 are still here. And following her, and after Solaris is destroyed, they were like, oh, Ellie's still around, let's follow her, stick with her. I really do appreciate that. And, like, you see a little bit of, like, oh, they're, like, even before, as they're getting ready to bomb Kislev, you see, like, yeah, they're not totally loyal to Solaris. Like, they feel they're gonna follow orders because that's what they do. They're not gonna, like, put themselves in jeopardy. But, like, they're like, yeah, no, we have these thoughts that are treasonous. We get it. We can discuss it in our, like, little company here, because you, like, Ellie said it, so clearly we can discuss it. But we're not going to act on it because we don't want to lose, like, we want to hold on to whatever little bit of status that we have. And as soon as that power structure's gone, they're like, great, we'll follow you, because we know you, we trust you. We trust you, Ellie. Oh, yeah. They were, yeah. There's all sorts of things that they say, even like back on disc 1, that are like very clearly, oh, we're loyal to Ellie. We don't really have any loyalty to Solaris, but these are Ellie's orders. Oh yes, I have the t-shirt. I will say I'm not wearing it today, but I do have the Choo Choo Died for Your Sins t-shirt. It doesn't say that, but I do have the Choo Choo shirt. Yes, they are. The mechs have been crucified, and also Choo Choo has been crucified. I do find it interesting that of all the characters they chose Weltall, Fenrir, Zypzane, and Choo Choo. You know, we didn't need to crucify Bart or Billy or Rico or Emeralda, you know, any of those characters. Like, Bart has had a major story impact. Billy and Rico just had arcs. Choo Choo and Maria have not been relevant for a while. Choo Choo hasn't been relevant, like, ever. Other than her one little tiny moment in Maria's arc. Why is Choo Choo here? Why is that the one they put up there? It's also like, Choo Choo is Choo Choo. Choo Choo is not a robot. Choo Choo's decidedly not a mech. But they caught Choo Choo while Choo Choo was mech sized and crucified her. At mech size. Which is not really her natural size. And I don't know. It's such a mess. Yeah. Hold on, I need a bio break. Choo-choo, I mean, probably. I'm gonna go take a bio break. I will be back. No, don't do that. Don't hit that button, that would be bad. Okay, I am back. I am slowly turning my seat into more and more of a... I'm like wrapping myself up in a blanket now because I'm cold. But I don't want to make myself too comfortable. Can't risk falling asleep. But I think I'm awake enough. I can't believe you don't know their names off the top of your head. That's Mugwort and Rattan. Very important characters that are critical to understanding the story of Xenogears. Yes, I know their names. The Mantis one is Mugwort. It's basically only for this. I do not run cutscene percent often. Like it's basically only for really lots of lore. I routed it out a couple of years ago at some point. But yeah, I run it like once a year. Not often. I don't even run any percent that often, honestly. I run any percent maybe like twice a year. It's like with work and stuff, it's hard to find a day to like devote to running this game as much as I love it. Because it is the whole day. Even if I'm doing any percent, it's the whole day. Cutscene percent I only run for marathon because it's like I am giving up my whole day and destroying my sleep schedule a little bit. Not like completely destroying my sleep schedule, but I am wrecking my sleep schedule, so I need the day after it as well to like recover. So when I was submitting marathon stuff, I was like, this needs to be on Saturday so I can recover on Sunday. And yeah, there's just no way to run. Like, most of the time I need my weekend for stuff, and I can't devote a full day of my weekend to running any percent even. You know, I squeeze it in every now and then. But it's also like not like as soon as I get a break, I want to run Xenogears any percent immediately as my first thing. I'll get the itch now and then, like I'll scratch it if I can make it work, but I'm not like, oh my god, I have to run Xenogears any percent. Or I have to run Xenogears. This is very nice, though. I have enjoyed it today. Especially since I got Monday off, too, so... Oh, no, don't... No. No, stop. Don't save. Yes, pesky capitalism. Well, yeah. I mean, I like my job. It's just... As far as, you know, having to do a job goes, I enjoy, I like it. But, you know, it does mean I don't have the time available always. Yes, it is so slow. And I've discovered that the more save slots you have, the slower it gets. So, yeah, I use one save slot. Because using more save slots means that it'll take longer to save every time. Also, yes, it's Carly and starting to do a thing. And I do want to shout out, thank you for the donation to the Transgender Law Center. Woo! Every little bit counts. Yeah, so you remember how the worst Discord server did a thing? Carlian is now dismantling the worst Discord server. So we don't have to listen to them anymore. After this, they're dead forever. We've done it. Like, there's no more worst Discord server. We're not quite there yet. Good. Yeah. We're heading into Amphisvina. Nope. I was like, are we doing... Am I getting a menu? No, I'm not. We got 4 boss fights between us and a little bit of side stuff. 2 of those boss fights are going to happen very soon. The other 2 are going to take a while because of cutscenes. And there's a lot of cutscenes even after the second one, the last one of those. Honestly, I think casually, this next boss pairing is probably the roughest boss pairing. I mean, it's not like the individual fights would be fine, but they're really, really rough as a pair back to back. I had much more trouble with them casually than I did with the final boss. Or anything after them, honestly. But we're gonna be fine. So we're falling down here. Usually takes about an hour and 40 minutes from this descent to the next descent. Oh. It'll be a little longer. Yeah, we're on pace for still just above 20 hours. I'm using any percent timings in my head and then trying to factor in like, oh, we have some extra side stuff to do, you know, whatever. Yeah. We need to swap out Satan. Bart gets to participate in a lot of these fights just because I'm too lazy to swap him out for another character. That's most of why Bart's still here. Is because it's too much work to swap him out for someone else and I don't need anyone else. All I need is Billy. And Satan is slightly faster to swap out because he's in the second slot than Bart would be. So Bart gets to stay in the party. Not because he's good, just because less effort to swap. It's not even that. I'm not using Bart for anything in these fights. It's just, he's just early on the internal character list, because the internal character list goes like Faye, Satan, Bart, Billy, Rico, everyone else is somewhere down there. And so what I do is I just swap Billy in for whoever. I swap out the first slot I can, which is not Faye. Faye has to be there, so Satan is second, so he has to get swapped out for Billy. And then Bart is third, so he's just automatically in. And I don't care about anyone else other than Billy. Literally no one matters. Like, no one else matters for the rest of the disc, basically. It's all Faye and Billy at this point. Oh, yeah, yeah, it's just not efficient to swap him in. Because realistically, Billy is so fast that Bart's not going to get a turn in any of these fights. Like, Rico's so slow, he's not going to get a turn. Billy is so fast, the boss will be dead before Bart gets a turn. That's the reality of it. Especially for the bosses that are coming up. They only have like 30,000 hit points. Billy can easily get 3 turns in before Bart gets a turn. Faye is gonna take turns in there too, which is obnoxious, but that's we'll deal with that. Like, it just doesn't matter who else is here. Because no one else is gonna get a turn because Faye and Billy are just too fast. Okay, we'll fight you. This is a pain in the butt casually because the first thing this boss does is reduce you to 1 hit point if he gets a turn. Our goal is he doesn't get a turn. Good. No turn. Did you dodge? Oh no. Okay, that's just the counterattack. We're fine. He has 3 hit points. He dodged the death blow, which means we took a counterattack, which is not a big deal. But it's slightly annoying. And then we had to punch him for a very small number of hit points. Because he had 3 hit points left. Because he has exactly 30,000 and we did 3 times quad 9. So, or 29,997. Okay. Anyway, we're heading into our second fight. This fight does a whole bunch of AoE stuff. That's kind of strong. And if you're coming off of being at 1 hit point from the last fight, you're not going to have a good time. Casually. We are not coming off of 1 hit point. So we'll be okay. And even if we were coming off of 1 hit point, Opiomorph should also not be getting a turn. Oh, yes. This combo, Opiomorph, like, Amphisvina's not going to wipe you. Amphisvina's going to be a pain, but it's not going to wipe you. But going into Opiomorph after Amphisvina, especially, is so rough. It is so annoying casually. I think it's the fight that gave me the most trouble casually, for sure. Of any of them. It's such an unintuitive fight. We don't... Oh, we should boost her. I was supposed to boost her last fight. Oh well. Yeah. Every time you attack her, her attack gets more powerful. Until you release it. It's such a weird thing. And when she releases it, her ether attack resets and stuff. So you're supposed to like build up and then do like 1 big attack or something. I don't remember. It's been too long since I've done that. Like, without using ether strats that trivialize the fight. But it's not fun. Like, restoring HP with frame HPs constantly, charging up your fuel. You're managing all this stuff while you're trying to build up, like, okay, I need to build up this person to this level of death blow so I can just unload. But yeah, Opiomorph is so rough. Oh yeah, it's just like, keep defending until... Yeah. Like, just defend until she launches her AoE, and then her defense goes down, and then you have to unload before her next AoE. and then unload everything before the next AoE, or... Yeah, it's just... Ugh. Like, you get one decent hit in, and then it's just like, don't trigger her, don't do too much. Like, it's a very slow fight on purpose. You can take it very slow to start, and you'll be pretty safe. But you gotta take it really slow until a certain point where she just stops caring, and she just charges up, and then you just gotta go. Yes. It's just like, you gotta heal right away and then unload everything. Like, heal up immediately and then unload. And then Opiumorph is the opposite, where it's like, you gotta go real slow and then suddenly fast. It's just, it's a really weird combo, and not being able to save between them is very annoying casually. Real awful. But, we're through both of those bosses. They're very easy in the speedrun because they don't have that many hit points. They don't have enough, like, they've got less hit points than the gear elements in their gear form. Significantly less. So because we have a reliable way to just do quad 9s, we can cheese the fight. And you can do that NMG. Like, NMG does that with Faye, Billy, and Maria. Billy has, like, better, more powerful stuff that he can do to do quad 9s. Flaming Hell will do quad 9s, and... Yes, Rams just gets to do another thing. And Graviton gun is really good as well. But with the three of them... maybe not quad 9s, but they do a lot of damage. But the three of them can handle, with ether doublers and power magics and all that sort of stuff, even with their vanilla stats. Like, not ridiculously boosted ether stats. They can get through those two fights with ether strats. And that is easily the most consistent way through Opiumorph, is the ether strats. Brit Miang 999. Ellie did a thing. So, this is why Ellie's not gonna be in the party anymore. Also, Krellian is fine, by the way. Because nanomachines, yep, everything is because of nanomachines. Nanomachines solve all problems. Take a headphone break. I've been listening to the audio through my headphones this whole run, and you know, taking them off whenever I've taken like a bio break or whatever. But oh shit, it's weird to play without sound or watch text scroll without sound. Sorry, I'm not playing. I'm watching text. But yeah, my ears need a break. Anyway, we're getting a massive lore dump. That's fun. Yep. Oh, it absolutely was. Yes, there are so many. Yeah. Lots of tell, not a lot of show. At this point. Okay. Headphones are going back on. Because I'm getting weirded out by the lack of music that I was hearing in my ears. And now we have giant deadly laser. Yeah, I can't do it on mute. I needed the little break, but like, I can't. We don't need to save because there is literally nothing that can happen. I mean, that's not true. Nothing in game, if the game is working as as intended, there is literally nothing that happens before the next save prompt. So enjoy. We're about to sit through about 45 minutes of cutscene. Interrupted only by save prompt. Actually, we've already been working on it. I mean, I know this music so well that like I'm sure I could remember what it sounds like, but like it feels weird without it. Cannot fall asleep yet. It's too early to be yawning. That's not true. I'm usually yawny at this point. In my like 14-hour runs. I say looking at the timer rapidly approaching 18 hours. Everything is fine. This is a normal amount of time to be awake. Keep in mind I woke up 3 hours before my run started. And you know, it was a slow wake-up process. I wasn't like sitting up ready to go 3 hours before, but like by 2 hours before I was like, I need to get out of bed because I'm not going back to sleep kind of thing. Anyway, I hope you liked seeing this ship crash into the other ship in sepia tone, because we're gonna get to see it again. Without a save prompt in between. This is a weird part of the story, because this is a part where they're gonna tell us about some things, and then they're gonna show us those same things happening. after they told us what was happening. Like, I feel like they could have just cut the telling part and gone straight to the showing part? I don't know. You know? They're doing show and tell of these events, but they're doing the telling part first. So, you know, right now they're doing the telling part, where they're just talking about stuff. And they're about to show in more detail all of the events that they just talked about. There's no gameplay. It's still with cutscenes. But as a result, we have like 40 minutes of cutscene here. I'm not doing anything. I'm just sitting here and talking so that I keep my brain active and I don't fall asleep. This happens every time I get to this part of the game. I'm like, why are we doing this? Why did we have to talk about this like this? This was unnecessary. Anyway, this is the part where Faye goes into the live stream. Hmm. Mm-hmm. That they are. Okay. On flashback, let's go. Oh, this flashback. Okay. I've been here. I've just been watching cutscenes because I don't know, there's not much to say about all of this. We can just continue the game here. I don't even need to enter the menu. Because Billy gets put in the party by default, and that's all I need. I know. We're so close to actually playing the game. Okay, we have almost made it to the boss fight. Boss time. Here we go. Oh no. Anyway, that was a boss fight. Now we have 40 more minutes of cutscenes. Hooray! You're forgetting the like 20 more minutes of cutscenes before the world map. Surprise. Yeah. Goodness. Well, rip Faye's mom. Again. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. We're almost at the point where I can play the game again. Not quite there yet, though. Hmm. Oh, goodness. Oh my goodness, they said the name of the game. Almost 19 hours in. I do not need to save my data. So anyway, Phase Gear has downgraded a little bit more. Okay, here we go. We're gonna have gameplay again. Oh my goodness, there's gameplay in my visual novel. How hard is this fight gonna be? Not very, is the answer. It's more likely than you think. Call today if you've been experiencing gameplay in your cutscene simulator. Listen, I need something to do. Yes, you may be entitled to financial compensation. But call the number on your screen right now. To find out if you are entitled to financial compensation from gameplay in your cutscene simulator. I was playing Xenogears Disc 2 and I was sitting there watching a cutscene and all of a sudden the game expected me to do a boss fight. Okay. I am done with that joke. It's okay, we're getting real loopy territory here. It's okay though. Because that was the last boss fight before the world opens up. We just have a little bit more cutscene stuff to do. And then I have actual side quests to do. Yes, you heard me right. We're doing side quests. We're 19 hours in, and we're gonna do some side quests. Mm-hmm. Yes, we have the plan. PM. We are going to make a plan, we're going to execute the plan, and then we're going to react to the plan. All in one cutscene. Okay, we finished planning. Now let's go execute this. I feel like one of the hardest parts of this run is going to be making sure I don't miss a cutscene in the snowfield hideout. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm aware of that being a thing. I am very aware. I will be landing it, like, on the beach, far away from the desert, so that it is not behind the desert. As far as I can, you know, while still being able to get out of it. Because I know that that can happen, and I want to make sure that doesn't. It's dumb that that can happen, but it can. Okay. We've made it. We've made it to Snowfield Hideout. Hello. We got some cutscenes here. Hmm. Yes. If I do land behind the desert, it is a run-ending soft lock. So I'll be saving before we go to the desert, just in case. And I'm going to be very careful with my landing spot. Quite literally what happens is you can no longer get on on the Yggdrasil, which means you can't get out of the desert. You can go in the desert, you can go back out to the world map, but you can't go anywhere on the world map other than back into the desert. So, yeah, it's not good. Okay. That's that. No, cat, I'm not trying to pet you. I'm gonna go through the door. Because this is a theme. Sure, let's leave. Bye, that was a lot for me. We're working our way through these cutscenes around the Snowfield hideout because there's a bunch of extra little scenes. We gotta have this resolution to Ramses' plot, which is completely optional. You know, you don't have to view this, but it's here, you know? We have to resolve his plot. And the elements. Yeah, at least he does get a happy ending. I have not. Okay. We gotta talk to Dan. Dan's important. Hi, Midori. Because we picked up Midori's ring almost 19 hours ago. We get something I'm not going to equip. Yay! Okay. That is everything we need to do here with this party. Oh, that's not outside. I'm looking for outside. I believe it's this. Yes, there we go. I'm just trying to go inside the Yggdrasil. Because we're not using Satan and Bart. Oh, heck no. We're not going to stick with Satan and Bart. Anyway, Margie here has a little extra cutscene, which is nice. Yay, bonus scene. Yes. Get Satan and Bart out of here. We need Billy, and we need Emeralda. That's gonna be my party for the rest of the game. We gotta have a little choo-choo moment, though. Oh, yeah. Emeralda's so cool casually, but she joins the party so late that she's not actually useful. Unfortunately. Okay, get me out of the gear hanger. We're gonna go back upstairs. Back up the elevator. We're knocking out like the miscellaneous stuff first that's around the Snowfield hideout. Then we're gonna go to Zeboim. Then we're gonna go to Dunman Isle. and then Final Dungeon. That's the route I'm doing. That's the route I do. I don't know if it's necessarily the best flight path, but that's what how I have it routed out. Yes, Sigurd will be careful. I believe Child Emeralda is good enough. I don't believe I need it. I'm gonna double check. Oh no, I do. Do I? Yeah, I don't know. I thought Child Emerald is fine. Come on, finish the dialogue. Let's launch the Yggdrasil. I need to go back in anyway. We're gonna do it. Right here, we're gonna check. This way. You can do this with Child Emeralda. You just need Emeralda in the party. No! Stop talking. You do not need to have Emeralda grown up. We are gonna go grow her up, because that's also a cutscene, and we have to do that, but you do not need to grow her up first. Okay, off to the lighthouse. Yeah, I don't need to save now. I'll save after the lighthouse. We're gonna cut Billy off there. He'll say it on the way out. Yeah, all you need to have is Emeralda in your party to get that. And welcome to Zeboim. There's only one building in here that I actually need to do anything in other than the grow up scene, and that's, I believe, this building. Yes. We need to do this. I can't just not watch this. Mm-hmm. That needed to go in, cutscene percent. Yes, I don't care about going in there, though. I love how you can tell that the fish tank is just a texture in that last little shot there. Yeah, we're not sub-20ing this, no way. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Emerald is an adult now! Hooray! No. So we're done here. We just have Dune Isle left. And then the final dungeon. And Emerald is staying in the party because it's not worth the energy to swap her out. Like, there's no one really that I want to swap her out for. So she's just gonna stay in the party. It would take too much time to swap her for someone else. Yep, let's get out of here. We have to save after this because I don't want to accidentally land in the wrong place on Doom and Isle. Thanks, Billy, for your useless trivia. Come on. I want to go in on the water. Okay, I think we parked far enough back. I think we're parked far enough back. that we're gonna be okay. No. I'm not leaving. That does not count. Upgrading the sword does not count. It doesn't. There's no like special interaction other than like you're trading an item for another. Okay. Oh. That's what was going on. My camera's all turned. I'm gonna go east till the falls go away. But yeah, upgrading the sword, I said, yeah, that doesn't count. Because all you do is you give it to him and then he gives it back to you and there's not like a bunch of special dialogue or anything. And it's not like I'm gonna use Satan. Now we go north. Hi. Oh, Doom Isle. We get a cutscene here. I forgot that platforming was the thing I need to do. Hi! Bye! I do not want to fight the dragon! No, thank you. We do have to grab this sword, though. Don't like this platforming. Maybe we don't stand on top of the sword? Gotta trigger that. I don't care about the box here, I just want to go down the falls. I believe we have a boss fight here. It's our last on-foot fight that we're going to do. That camera pan? For what? Oh, the camera pan down to show the sand moving? Yes, actually it does. But we have to do that to get to this anyway. And this is definitely a cutscene into a boss fight. Well, boss fight. Asterisk. Guided shot's very strong. Okay. There's one more cutscene that we need to get here on our way out, and that's, no. Dragon. Boss fight is a strong word. Need to go west. We're gonna help this guy out. This is our last cutscene here. And this will get us out of here. Yes, take me out of here. We're done in Doonman Isle. We're done. Get me out of here. And we're going straight to the final dungeon. The sword that I pulled out of the dragon, out of the bones, is there. I am facing the wrong way. I hate that. And, what else? Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that, but I'm honored to be the finale. I gotta finish then. But yes, do take care of your health. Okay. Yeah, the sword is Satan's ultimate thing, and the dragons drop lots of really good stuff with the trader card. But we don't need any of that. Yes, I'm really close to finishing. We have viewed all of the extra cutscenes. We're just doing the final dungeon. Northeast and southeast here, then we go back northeast. Yes, good. There's a fire bar. That is a good sign. Yeah, Satan's sword, which he definitely gets to use in the final dungeon, where there are no on-foot battles anymore. Still though, we get to deal with me doing boss strategies for all the pillars. Like the 4 side pillars, because we're gonna take on all the side pillars. Yeah, I'm like, you can't get out of the mechs here. Like, we're in gear mode. There, then there. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at wrapping up right around 2015-ish, I think. I think a 2015 is very doable. This might be PB in this category, which is scary, but also I never run this category, and we didn't have a major reset. No, we've never had a major reset in this run. There's lots of little time losses here and there, for sure. But no major resets this whole run. Portal menu happened first try. Oh gosh. Okay. Gotta do the bridge room. We're not done yet. No autopilot yet. We gotta do this. This room. Which I just will stare at my notes precisely because yeah. I mean, I kind of know the solution to this room. Off the just without looking at it, but it's a room that exists. Do a little wiggle to make sure we get on the elevator faster. I mean, this path is pretty straightforward. Billy got stuck, but Emeralda didn't. I don't know how that happened. I mean, it's just that it's a maze of these platforms, and we gotta hit this switch to move something way over there. That will be important later. Now we're backtracking. But yeah, I should be done easily within half an hour. I think. Actually, no, those ending cutscenes are kind of long. It might be a little more than half an hour, but we're definitely under estimate. Good. Glad I gave a 21-hour estimate for this, because it can, if things go wrong, they can go wrong. But things went pretty well today. The southwest of the split. Yeah. Go this way. Right. Right. Now it's coming back to me. Through the south door, then we can go east and southwest. Southwest. time, more enemies. Okay. Oh. Okay. And here we are. Going down this path. Okay. Right, we go up here, this bridge leads us to a switch. Last switch of this dungeon. We're almost done with this dungeon. And it's just boss fights. And cutscenes. We like boss fights and cutscenes. We know what to do with boss fights and cutscenes. We've been so used to boss fights and cutscenes in Disc 2. Okay. I don't want to flip this switch. Last room that we're going, sorry. I can't speak. We're entering the last room that I can get encounters in. This is the last room with random encounters in the game. Hey, no more encounters. I tried to wiggle so that you wouldn't get stuck, but you did. It's worth noting Emeralda gives us a very short text box here too, which is kind of nice. You know, we're not saving a lot of time on that, but it's, you know, every frame counts. Because her text box there, it's based on whoever's your third party member, and Emeralda's is just ... go question mark. Which is only 6 characters, which is pretty short compared to most of the other characters the other characters who will use a full sentence. Okay, we're here. We are dropping down. Doing this descent again. We're back here. Right around just before the 20-hour mark. Yeah. Sub 20 was very dead. Sub 2050, I think we're looking at sub 2030 is happening, I think. Yes, flashbacks to Amphi and Opio. When we fought those bosses here. We're back in the same room. This time heading into the final sequence. I'm gonna save just to be safe. Because I know I'm way underestimate. And it's the finale, you know. Does it matter if I go overestimate? I mean, I'm not going to. I'd have to really have lots of things go wrong to go overestimate at this point. Okay. So we have 4 orbs here that we're gonna have to fight when we get into the actual fight in a bit. I do not need to change my party members. There is still a chance, it's very small, that I would go overestimate. I would have to lose a lot of time to really, really bad orb RNG. Because Deus itself is pretty consistent and will not defeat me. But his 4 orbs are a little bit more RNG based, and one of them in particular can give me really, really bad RNG repeatedly. Which I'm hoping we just don't have to deal with. Anyway. Time for an orb. Which one are you? Billy always boosters. I think I do actually want a guided shot you. We'll spend some ether here. Yeah, you're Metatron, I think. Emeralda, don't waste your time. Yeah, Metatron is done. Good. No Earth Anointing. Go away. We gotta see the cool little death animations on all the pillars, because no other category fights the pillars, except for like 100%. Okay, Metatron's down. That's good. Metatron is a spooky one. Arloot is very spooky, but you are Sundal, I think. You're Sundal, you're not scary. Or you're not one of the ones I have marked as, like, what I need to be worried about. Yep, goodbye, Sundal. Sundal is not scary. That's 2 down. Arloot is the one I'm worried about, really, with RNG. Metatron and Sundal are down. We have Marloot and Harloot left. Marloot we need to go all out for. Marloot, I literally don't have any notes on Marloot because Marloot is inconsequential. No, you are Marloot. I'm like, I can X attack you. There. I'm not even gonna booster here. Because, don't block. Just gonna bash you. Oh my god, you blocked. That's rude. We can't do death blows against you, but that's fine. Yeah, this is whatever. Fuel drain's a little annoying, but it's not the end of the world. It doesn't do enough damage. Doesn't matter. With our fuel levels. Yeah, you're Marloot. No one cares about Marloot. Okay. There goes Marloot. Now Daves can't fuel drain us, which doesn't really matter, but Marloot's dead, which means Harloot is last. Yeah, Marloot you can't death blow, but I don't really care. Because my strategy doesn't revolve around using death blows, I don't care. Okay, Harloot. Let's deal with you. Harloot is annoying. Because Harloot will freeze 2 party members. And it could choose both Billy and Faye, which gets awkward. Who do we get? Okay. Could be worse. Billy and Emeralda got frozen, which means we have Guided Shot. I'm not at risk of really losing this fight. It's just gonna take a while because we have to Guided Shot him down. Billy obviously would be doing square attacks in this case, and Emeralda would be interesting if we had Emeralda here. But it does work. Emeralda is actually strong enough that she can handle this. Or at least do a decent amount of damage. And probably survive the big attack that's coming with the end of this, but Billy and Faye can both deal with this just by themselves. Okay, that is all 4 orbs down. Straight into Dave's. We're not party swapping or anything. Booster you. We're boostering Billy right away so that we get the square attacks off right away. You can go for a Guided Shot. Not boostering you, but they can still do Guided Shot. Give me the quad 9s from your turn. Yeah, Emeralda, you're not really useful. Ow. Pep. Two. Three. Whatever. One more. Or not. I thought we had one more, but we didn't. Okay, we're good. We're just done. Cool. I mean, not done. Not time done, but like... done with that fight. So, yeah, this is not going to be a PB. Actually, with the new route, my old PB is garbage because I left out a bunch of cutscenes in my old PB. I don't feel like comfortable saying this is a PP. I know this can go a lot faster. Yeah, no. I know my first route was missing a couple things here and there. I don't know. We are not done yet. Time has not happened. There is another fight. And time doesn't even happen when the other fight is over. Time is at the end of the credits. Granted, the fight that's coming up is a victory lap. It's not a real fight. But, yeah. I will say, I think this is probably my best cutscene percent run in a marathon that I've done. Given that the last two marathons that I submitted this to, one of them went way over estimate, and the other one soft locked. Like, very far into the run. And I hadn't saved in hours. So, you know? I'll take a run that goes under estimate. I'll take it. Because there's no way this is going to go over estimate at this point. There is zero risk factor in the rest of this run. It's just... we're going to be here for 20 minutes or so. Well, you know, considering I haven't run the category in the year, going under estimate is good. I have not run this category in over a year, so I'm very glad we're underestimate. And safely underestimate. But we still have lots of cutscenes. Yay, cutscenes. Time for good music. Here's our victory lap. We're just gonna use X attacks over and over again. The triangle attack at the beginning was intentional. But yeah, we're just X attacking over and over again. Okay. We're actually gonna sub 2030 this. Barely, but we are. No, never mind, sorry. Yes, no, we are. Because this ending scene from that final hit on Ouroboros is 14 minutes and 7 seconds. I think we might just barely sub 2030 this. Oh, goodness. Now the only thing I have to do is call time at the right time. Okay.
Let's return to our planet.
That light. It's the point of contact with our world. But the dimensional shift has already begun. Will we make it in time?
Can you run?
If we're together, I can.
You.
There's no time. This place is about to be destroyed. Now there is no more God. This is no longer their planet. This is your home planet that you are now standing on.
Krellian, you aren't going, are you?
No. Since that time, I have stopped being human. I've committed so many sins that any attempt at living like a human is impossible. The only one who could have forgiven me was God.
That's not true. I know they would understand. There's still plenty of time to atone for your sins. You, of all people, could do it.
Always the peacemaker, eh, Lacan? Perhaps that's what it means to be human. But regardless, I cannot go.
Yes, no Dawn.
It's something I've already decided. I go to walk with God, even if there's no place left for me upon my return. I must go now.
Krelian.
This is true.
Actually, I envy you two.
Mm-hmm.
Faye! What happened?
Waves from the explosion disrupted the ionosphere, making it impossible to get a visual. They were probably caught up in the explosion.
That's a lie! He'll come back. He promised us he would. I know it.
Look. Choo Choo exists. But definitely does not draw as much, like, I don't like Choo Choo nearly as much as I like the actual Napon. Anyway, this game is weird and we have... Choo Choo did though. Choo Choo got crucified. So Choo Choo's made up for everything. We saw it. Time is not until these credits are over when it says the end, but I'll go ahead and do my thanks now since I want to go to bed right after this. Always a pleasure to run Xenogears here. I'm very grateful for the platform, wonderful charity that we're raising money for. It's very close to home for me. I'm just happy this run didn't, like, go way over estimate. Like, this category has done, well, did last time, and the prime before that it was soft-locked and I couldn't finish. Like, I finally have a good run of this category. Is it perfect? No, but that's okay. Also, the credits song is so good. I can't. Like, I can't talk over this. Time. Oof. Looking at the replay on that, oh my goodness, that's like a... just under 20 and a half hours, I think, by the replay. Oh, thank you so much for having me. I'm gonna go ahead and go to get some sleep. It was a pleasure running this, as sleep deprived as I was throughout it. I had a blast. I'm in the giddy fun part of sleep deprivation. Thank you all for joining me, even if I wasn't the most active on commentary the whole time. I had fun. I hope you had fun. It was just nice to see the whole story. Take care, y'all.